Thank you. Please be seated. It is exceedingly hot in here. It's even hotter if it's any advantage to you up here than it is down there. But please take your jackets off, ties off, gentlemen, if you wish. Make sure that you drink water where you can, and there's water stations outside the door. Please go and get water when you feel you need to. And let's hope that we have quite a lot on the agenda. We have a number of councillors who have to leave around 7 o'clock for parish meetings, so we need to move forward and get through all of the items as quickly as we can. Thank you. Item 1 on our agenda is apologies for absence. The Head of Democratic and Electoral Services will read the apologies received.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies received from Councillors Nigel Beryl, Muna Kali, Geoffrey Johnson, Adrian Little, Rosie Herring, James Petter, and I'm advised Councillor Cole will be late. And I think, well, Councillor Davenport's been trying to get hold of me, so I assume that's to give apologies.
Thank you. Item 2 on our agenda is declarations of interest from members and officers. So we are obliged to take notice of any interest that may seriously breach the Code of Conduct, where a matter arises at a meeting in which a councillor has a disposable pecuniary interest. The member must declare the interest, not participate further, and in any discussion or vote further on the matter, must not remain in the room unless granted a dispensation. Councillors are asked to declare if they have any interests. Councillor Irving-Swift.
Yes, for the last 5 minutes you have been Councillor
Alison Eastwood.
Alison Eastwood.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the system isn't working, so if you want to speak, you will need to put your hand up. So, the system is not working. If you wish to speak, put your hand up, and we'll do our very best to take you in order, but it will be a challenge, obviously, from up here. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Irving-Swift, could you turn your microphone off, please, because we can't. Thank you.
Who's got any other questions at this stage? We've still got one. Oh, okay. Right. So we're now moving on to the minutes of the council meeting on the 21st of May. Is it the council's wish that I sign the minutes of the previous meeting as a true and accurate record of the meeting? Yeah.
Chair, can I just check? I did send an amendment this afternoon. I believe it has been made. Just wanted to double check.
It has been noted, thank you. Shall we sign it? Item 4 goes to Chairman's announcements. It's my sad duty to announce the passing of former councillor and honorary alderman of this chamber, Alan Chandler, following a long illness. Alan was well known within the rural communities, having served as a Conservative councillor for 15 years, initially with Daventry District Council and then as a West Northamptonshire councillor until 2025. In September last year, he was made an honorary alderman, the highest civic honour that can be awarded to a former councillor, recognising their exceptional service and dedication to both public service and the communities that they have represented. Alan lived in Yelvertoft and has been an active member of the community since 1973, serving as a parish councillor for over 40 years, including 25 years as its chairman. In 2010, he was elected to Yelvertoft Ward on Daventry District Council, where he served until its dissolution in 2021. He held the portfolio for strategic planning, as well as chair and vice chair roles. Most recently, after local government reorganisation, he was a West Northamptonshire councillor for Braunston and Crick Ward and served as a member of the Strategic Planning Committee. He's also acted as Disability Champion and Heritage Champion. Alan's entire professional life was spent in higher education, and he retired as Head of Computing and Software Engineering at Coventry University. For many years, he was retained as a consultant by the Quality Assurance Agency for Higher Education in England and visited many universities to report on their provision for teaching. Do any other councillors wish to say anything at this point? So please join me in a minute's silence for the Honorary Alderman Alan Chandler. Thank you very much. I have been asked to mention Anne Widdecombe, whose death last week shocked the world of politics. I'm sure you will all join me in sending best wishes to Anne's family and friends. Due to the ongoing police investigation, we will not be able to make further comment at this time. Thank you. Just one other announcement on behalf of myself as the chairman. I am in the process of making several videos in support of the charities that I've chosen. Both of those charities play very heavily into the early help offer that we so obviously and keenly need for our council to support children, which will play out in their futures and obviously be much benefit to our services later on if we can get children to have early help earlier in their lives. So I do hope that you will support these charities as much as you can. I'm leaving the rest for you to find out later, but the videos will let you know what's in store for you all. Thank you very much. Item 5 now, we move on to the leaders' announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you very much for your kind tribute there to Anne Widdecombe. I know my colleagues in my side of the room here will wholeheartedly appreciate that. Yeah. Tonight I want to reflect on something that should give every member of this council a sense of pride, and that's the recent Ofsted outcome for children's services here in West Northants. Just a few years ago, Northamptonshire's children's services were described as the worst performing in the country. The failure of the former county council The failures, rather, were not abstract governance failures. They reflected and affected the lives of vulnerable children and families who depended on us. They depend on us now. That legacy was one we inherited, not one we created. Last week, Ofsted published its verdict. West Northants Children's Services were judged good across all service areas, with outstanding awarded to the impact of leadership on social work practice with children and families. Ofsted found that children and young people are safer, better supported, and receiving good services, while leadership has been recognised as outstanding. The result matters, and it matters for a number of reasons, because behind every inspection judgment are real children, real families, and real outcomes. It matters because it demonstrates sustained improvement, and it's possible when leadership is clear, investment is targeted, and partnerships are strong. And it matters because it proves that West Northamptonshire is writing a very different story from the one that preceded it. This achievement belongs to many people, It belongs to our dedicated staff across the Council, Northamptonshire's Children's Trust and others, and external stakeholders. It belongs to our social workers, our family support teams, our foster carers and care leaver services. It belongs to our partners in education, health, policing and the voluntary sector who rely on heavily. And it belongs to members of this chamber, past and present, who remain committed in the long-term improvement journey. Ofsted specifically recognised the strength of leadership, governance, workforce stability and partnership working that has driven improvement across the system. As the leader of the Council, I'm particularly proud that inspectors identify leadership as strength, not because of any individual, but it demonstrates what can be achieved when an organisation remains focused on its mission, even when the task is difficult and the improvements take time. Of course, we are not complacent though. The report identifies areas where we can go further and improve further. We welcome that challenge. Continuous improvement must remain our mindset because our children and our families who rely on those services deserve nothing less. But tonight, it's right that we pause and recognise just how far we've come, from inadequate to good, and good with outstanding leadership. From a story of failure to a story of improvement, resilience and success. That's an achievement worth celebrating. Madam Chairman, I'd like to place on the record my thanks on behalf of this Council to every member of staff, every partner organisation, every foster carer and every individual who has contributed to this remarkable turnaround. And I put my thanks on record to your good self for the work you carried on as the portfolio holder before the change of administration. Thank you, everybody. Most importantly, I want to thank those who work every day and improve the lives of children and young people, despite the challenges ahead. A number of other things that have come up in recent weeks, and this is around pride, really, civic pride, and our responsibility to our place in upholding good order. And some of the scenes this weekend were rather disappointing, that certain events were politicised and certain hateful things were shown on garments around the market square. We have a duty as stakeholders here to manage place and environment and do the best we can. So some of those scenes were quite disappointing at the weekend. And it comes at a point where this council's facing more difficult challenges ahead financially. Lots of different things and certainly pressures in adult social care and that sector are going to put a huge strain on our resources. So I will put this on the record that we will be taking absolutely a view that we will only do what is right for every resident in West Northamptonshire, not a small minority of people that want to turn something into a political funfair. So in terms of pride, this council will not be contributing in any way to pride, be it officer time. It hasn't issued anything financially in the last year, but in terms of officer time, I'm absolutely certain now that our goal is to contribute to every resident's welfare in this county, and we will get on with it now. Thank you. And finally, Madam Chairman, there's news breaking, which I'm sure some members of this place are aware of, a new political group formed in West Northants, albeit rather suddenly, but not a surprise. So whilst we again, I think I made this gag before, we look forward to learning where the leadership and the deputy leadership of that group might land. We will wait with bated breath and see. But over to you for your meeting, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Arnold. We're now moving on to item 6, which is public participation. We have a petition this evening. There has been one request to present a petition, and that Nikki Lawrence will be presenting a petition. This petition relates to the home-to-school transport provision between Old Stratford and Elizabeth Woodville School. Miss Lawrence, you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Members are reminded there's no debate on petitions.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, councillors, thank you for hearing me today. I'm speaking on behalf of the parents and pupils of Old Stratford who have brought forward a petition of 414 signatures objecting to the withdrawal of the home-to-school transport to Elizabeth Woodville School in Deanshanger. The Council's decision to withdraw the service from the end of this month is based on a 2024 assessment which concluded that the walking route is safe and the Council no longer has a statutory duty to provide transport. However, this conclusion is inconsistent with every previous assessment of the same route. Between 2007 and 2023, the walking route was formally assessed 6 times, and on every occasion, the outcome was the same. The bus service was retained. It is reasonable to infer that the route was not considered safe on any of those occasions, despite being within the 3-mile statutory walking distance. Crucially, nothing has changed since 2023 to make the route more safe. The section of the so-called safe walking route alongside the A422 remains hazardous, particularly in winter. It is unlit, poorly maintained, and often narrows to single-file width due to overgrown vegetation. Pedestrians and cyclists are forced into conflict points. The path also runs beside a 1.5 metre deep drainage ditch, which regularly floods, making the route impassable. These are not minor inconveniences, they are genuine safety risks for children walking to school. We also wish to highlight 2 serious concerns about the process that has been followed by West Northants Council. Firstly, the 2024 assessment on which the decision is based was carried out by Kier, the Council's own highways contractor. Kier cannot reasonably be considered to be an independent assessor, and it is difficult to accept that a contractor responsible for maintaining the route would fully highlight its maintenance deficiencies. Secondly, we question the independence of the Stage 2 appeal panel that met on the 16th of June and dismissed the appeal on the 1st of July. The panel included the Highways Network Manager and the Assistant Director for Highways. The Assistant Director is the budget holder for the £54,000 saving, which will be achieved by withdrawing this service. Having 2 of the 3 panel members drawn from the team that benefits from the saving can surely not be considered impartial. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the appeal be reheard by a more appropriately constituted and genuinely independent panel. Before any rehearing, we also ask the Council to commission a fully independent safety assessment carried out by a suitably qualified assessor with no existing contractual relationships with the Council. Finally, the appeal outcome letter stated that maintenance issues along the route would be addressed. Residents have been reporting these issues for years without meaningful action. If the appeal is not reheard, then at the very least, the Council must commit to maintaining this route to a significantly higher standard and on a far more regular basis if it is indeed to be considered safe. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Nikki Lawrence, for coming along and speaking to us this evening. We have another request to address the meeting. The first one being Nick Wilson, to ask to address the Council in relation to motion number 1. Mr. Wilson, you have 3 minutes. No, Mr. Wilson? Okay, thank you very much, Roger. We'll move on to the next one. Kim Fuller has asked to address the meeting. Is Kim with us this evening? No? Obviously, they all feel it's too hot. So I know that we have our next contributor to the meeting. Sally Beardsworth has asked to address the Council in relation to item 11, review of WNC Constitution. Mrs. Beardsworth, you have up to 3 minutes to address the Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good evening, councillors. I'm sorry it's such a warm evening for you all, but unfortunately we have to do these things. I would like to start by saying I'm supporting the amendment that's for item 11. I'm very concerned that you're going to move the council questions time to Toaster. I understand that occasionally it's handy to have an officer nearby, but you should be all now fairly well equipped with your portfolios that you don't need to have an officer sitting by your side to help you answer your questions. They should be answered directly from the portfolio himself or herself. I really think this is something that you haven't actually looked into. The very fact that Toaster isn't the county town, Northampton is. And I think that if you're going to do it at all, you should actually make sure that every alternate meeting is in Northampton so people can come along and view it. Now, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, well, it's all webcammed. Well, if it was all webcam, people would never go to the theatre, would they? They'd just go to the pictures. We need to have the atmosphere that's going to show. And I really think you're depleting the importance of full council for people to come along and observe if they want to. This is it. The public need to know what you're doing. They need to see how the opposition councillors are holding you to account. And we need to know that you're answering the questions, not officers, because this council is supposedly run by you, not by officers. And I think that's the most important point I would make. So please take that on board, that people need to come and see you at certain times in the flesh, and that's what we should be doing, coming along and seeing you, so we can hear your answers, and we don't need to have officers sitting by your side to give you guidance. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and have a swift meeting so you can get out in the cool air. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sally Beardsworth. Our next speaker is Mrs. Jean Lineker, has asked to address the Council in relation to motion 2. Mrs. Lineker, you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Madam Chair, will you please forgive me if I start coughing? I'm not sure what I've got wrong with me. I've got to use my puffer now and again. So the problem is with housing. The situation is how many people on the housing list? That's one question. The other question is how many homeless do we have to provide for, and how are we going to provide for them? Because, as Julie Davenport said the other day, it's been tried before, and it was unsuccessful. Now, I'm just worried about those on the housing list, especially the disabled ones, like me. I was homeless for a little while when I was in Croydon. I came here at the age of 28, and I was very grateful to one MP who helped me move in to a house and a property. Then I've moved several times, I'm afraid, because I looked after my sister, because she came to me after my father abusing her. Now, I'm not talking about the abuse. I'm talking about what happened actually to me and others. There are disabled people needing houses, but they will get the help they need eventually. I hope so, because it is detrimental to the disabled, and they will get help from community law, which Labour started years ago, and I agreed to that. The problem is, there was the Citizens Advice Bureau, but they only advise. There's no solicitors anymore for anybody that's fighting for the disability, except for community law. And there is another one called the carers, all right? They help as well as carers. So I'm going on item 3 as well, just to let you know what's happening within Northampton West. And I'm proud of the fact that I was a carer 3 times. And they help immensely. They help me, and they help others. Okay? That's it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lineker, for your always meaningful contribution. We have received one written public question. The question and response are set out in the documents that have been circulated. Does Claire Wallace-Sims wish to ask a supplementary question?
The supplementary question, Madam Chairwoman, is in the context of the original question, which is asking to clarify what residents and businesses should reasonably expect from their elected members regarding engagement. Having since put the question in and read the agenda, I was somewhat alarmed to see that there's discussion about extending absence for the councillors from 6 months to a year. And I'm now questioning, what is this designed to do? What's this intending to achieve when we've already got councillors that are not performing to any kind of standard that anybody would have expected?
Thank you very much. We aren't able to answer questions, I'm sorry, at this time, but we've taken note of what your comments were. Thank you very much. I wish to thank all the speakers this evening for their contribution. We're now moving on to item 7, which is the opposition priority business. And Councillor Dan Lister to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thriving high streets are not just good for business, though they are. They generate income for this council, sustain footfall that keeps neighbouring businesses alive, and gives communities across West Northamptonshire somewhere to belong. It's not just about our 4 town centres, but every village, parade and local centre across this authority where an empty unit is felt by everyone around it. A closed business employs nobody, generates no trade and costs this council lost income that a thriving business would be paying. Supporting businesses should not be seen as a cost, but an investment paying for itself. This motion asks this council to make that investment. It asks for confirmation that every eligible pub and live music venue is receiving the relief it is entitled to. It asks the council to tell businesses that they have the right to challenge a rateable value they believe is wrong. Because right now there are businesses across West Northamptonshire potentially overpaying on rates bills they could challenge because this council has not told them they can fight back. It asks this council to use powers it already holds to cut rates bills for businesses willing to take on empty units, to reinvest developer contributions in the town centres, and to provide mentoring and grants for struggling businesses, plus use its rental auction powers against properties sitting empty and hollowing out our high streets. Madam Chairman, I'm sure everyone has seen what the administration has put forward as amendments. They have crossed through every single one of the commitments we put forward. The rates discount for businesses taking on empty units, the developer money reinvested in our towns, the mentoring and grants, the right to fight back on a rates bill, the rental auctions. They've struck through every one and replaced it with a simple declaration that they are already doing everything and have no need to prove it. This administration says these requests amount to nothing more, and I quote, a succession of additional reports, reviews, updates and written statements. I, and I'm sure many others, would call them accountability. But the business of West Northamptonshire, importantly, would call them help. The only thing this administration was prepared to agree to was a letter to the Chancellor asking somebody else to sort it out. Every power they already hold, every developer contribution they could direct, every business they could support crossed out. They would rather play political games than solve the problems for businesses on our high streets and in our towns and villages. Rising vacancies are happening on their watch, and their answer is to cross out every measure that might do something about it. This administration has been devastatingly weak for the businesses of West Northamptonshire. Struggling businesses are politically useful for them. They can sit there laughing. Let's remember that. They're sat there laughing while we talk about struggling businesses. That's how politically useful they are. Thriving ones are not. That is why every solution in this motion has been crossed out. Madam Chairman, I'm going to withdraw the motion. I will not hand them the cover of passing what remains. They have shown this chamber and the businesses of West Northamptonshire exactly what they are, an anti-business, anti-high street administration that had every opportunity to act today and chose not to. Thank you.
Thank
We now move on to item 8 on the agenda. I invite Councillor Mark Arnold to introduce the report and move the proposal. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It might just be worth saying that it seems to be when you challenge what's already being done and by people who are already doing it, then it doesn't meet with their approval when you say you're already doing it, and we are. So that's twice, I think. But hey, we've got some chamber time back. We might even get to Cabinet member questions today. Anyway, colleagues, the annual report under item 8 of tonight's agenda. I'd like to present you with the report. There's a digital copy available online that's widely distributed, and I believe some comms content with all Cabinet members featuring about to be broadcast. You'll recall in September last year I brought the Council's administration delivery plan to the Chamber, setting out our priorities for West Northants over the next 4 years. And crucially, it set our missions to achieve thriving place and thriving people, much to the opposition members' testament just there that we don't care. We absolutely do, but we can only do a limited amount with what we've got. And if we look at our place-shaping agenda and the budget, it's about 1%, so under £5 million to only really being an enabling council and not as such a doing one. I just want to draw your attention to some of the key activities, events and service improvements that we've done in this one municipal year alone. And that's about boosting growth and prosperity, again to the testament of Councillor Lister. We welcomed tens of thousands of people to the Rugby World Cup, generating an estimated £47.6 million in economic benefit for the local economy. That's quite something for, and I can speak as someone with trade experience in major events. I've seen around the country where major events don't provide all the uplift you might expect. This was actually very good, and to attend those events and see people thoroughly joyous that that was good, and it's increased the following of women's rugby, more importantly. We've progressed on key regeneration schemes around Greyfriars, for Waterside, Mayfair, Abington Street improvements. We've seen the demolition of Marks & Spencer's and BHS. It's now ready, almost clear in terms of rubble, and ready to start that development. And we look forward to bringing forward papers to Cabinet and so forth, setting that out. We've worked hard with our partners and attracted hundreds of millions of pounds of investment. The huge success stories including M&S, which is now being built at Durft, at Crick, and the new automated Amazon Colossal Robotics Fulfillment Centre over at Seagrow on Junction 15. And if members are able to join a visit on that, it's truly worth seeing the amazing technology. And what that's done has transformed a sector of logistics from rather unskilled to highly technical, and it's quite impressive if you do get to go. Now, we've lastly on Mission 1 supported local businesses, delivering targeted grants and support programs to build businesses, drive that innovation. We also secured £1.5 million for skills boot camps and strengthened links between employers, schools and colleges to help residents access jobs and growth sectors. Mission 2, and this is a key focus as well, about creating stronger and safer communities, and ever more the present and what we're seeing at the moment, some tragedies of late. Our partnership working has supported a 3.9% reduction in overall crime, including burglary and vehicle crime. These are responsibilities largely of the state through the police force, but as a council, as stakeholders, we have a contribution to play to that, and that's what we've been doing. We've delivered targeted community action to tackle antisocial behaviour, graffiti, with some great schemes coming forward, at least in Kingsthorpe and others, where we're actually doing street art graffiti, and we're seeing a fall in repeated offences and tagging, so to speak. Certain environmental issues and fly tipping are now starting to fall, as we've seen in stats taken to Cabinet. And we're led visibly. We're listening to our residents, acting on their views. Over 45 key public consultations with over 15,000 people responding and getting involved, from our budget to our local plan. And the parties opposite will say, you've U-turned. And I say, we listen and we act. And members opposite will see over the coming months, as we take more decisions back into the public domain, this administration is delivering on what it set out to do. It's setting the noisy things on the agenda, which everyone should listen to, car parking charges, and discretionary things on garden waste, for example. We have to put the things in the public eye so that residents and members of the public know what we are contending with. So no to U-turns, yes to listening, and that's what's going to carry on. Mission 3 is around caring for people. We've recently seen the hard work pay off during Ofsted, as I alluded to in my leader's speech at the start, with good rating, with outstanding leadership. We've tackled our SEND challenges head on. We're reducing waits on the HCPs and increasing school places by over 280 through Tiffield and Gateway developments. We've expanded our family hubs at great pace with nearly no money, and the Toaster Hub alone supported over 8,000 children, young people and parents in its first year. I recently visited the Toaster Hub when ITV came to profile what we're doing as our early years intervention, and they were very impressed. It formed part of a much larger article of councils and what they're doing
Can you
across the
make
regions.
your closing comments, Councillor Arnold?
I'm just on to mission 4, Madam Chairman, and I will be done. Thank you. Mission 4, delivering efficient public services. We've tackled the Council's ongoing financial challenges whilst protecting frontline services, identifying nearly £30 million of new efficiency savings through IT modernisation and contracts. We've strengthened some contract management and income recovery, reviewed some licences and recovered £1.6 million through counter-fraud activity by pursuing age debts and improving invoicing processes. It's a comprehensive report. I'm sure members have had the ample time to read that before coming tonight. I look forward to the contributions from the Chamber and I will answer in due course. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Charlie Hastie to second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm delighted to second this proposal. I'd like to reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? Goodness me. This is going to be a challenge and we won't guarantee we'll get you in order. I can't see. Councillor Chahan? I can't see you.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a question for the leader. He mentioned Mayfair, M&S, Greyfriars, Women's Rugby, also mentioned family hubs. They're all Conservative projects that were either started or we got the investment for. Can he specify anything that his administration actually secured, carried on? It'd be interesting to hear his views on that. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent Clive.
Thank you. Tonight we mark a historic milestone. The document before us is a culmination of the first full year of a Reform UK administration, delivering real change for our communities. 1 year in, and the results speak for themselves. We inherited a council facing the usual challenges: tight budgets, rising demand, and the legacy of national failures on housing, migration, and economic stagnation. But despite these challenges, we have focused on common sense priorities, boosting business and prosperity, creating stronger, safer communities, caring for people, and delivering efficient public services. Councillor Arnold has already done an excellent job of summing up the substance of the report, so in the interest of time, I won't repeat those successes, but I did just want to recognise the thanks we owe to the officers and employees of the Council for their tireless work in delivering this agenda. I think we should celebrate what we've achieved together and commit to even greater delivery in the years ahead by voting in favour of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Andrew Simpson.
Councillor Andrew Simpson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Obviously, there's an awful lot in this report, a lot of statistics to unpick, and as we can see from the Reform Administration, you can pick statistics to back up your case that things are getting better, and you can pick statistics that show that things are getting worse. The one thing that shocked me under the section An Efficient and Enabling Council and under the heading Good, Transparent Governance and Performance was where it states improved customer experience and access to advice through better digital content, handling almost 500,000 customer contacts, answering over 82% of calls. Answering 82% of calls is appalling because it means that 18% of calls are not being answered. I have worked in retail and financial services business for over 30 years, and all have and still do rely on efficient call centre operations. The industry benchmark we still work to is to keep abandoned, unanswered calls to less than 5%. For WNC, that's a huge 18%. I don't know about listening, Councillor Arnold, but you're not actually answering the call to listen to people in these cases. This is particularly important when you consider that we are likely to be seeing more of our vulnerable residents trying to contact the council on the phone rather than use digital methods. People like my parents who are in their 80s and find web chat and self-service tools confusing. People who just want to speak to somebody. What makes this even worse is that we're told in this report, page 19, that the council has been reducing average wait times to less than 6.5 minutes. Have you ever tried waiting on a phone for 6.5 minutes? It's ages if it's more than about 40 seconds. And the report says the average is 6.5 minutes, so some people are waiting even more, so no wonder they give up. Again, industry benchmarking uses the 80-20 rule, which means they're answering 80% of calls within 20 seconds. For WNC, currently, according to this report, that's 390 seconds, 19 times longer than best practice. This is simply not good enough. I do get it that we should be encouraging people who can self-serve to use new technology, but that shouldn't come at the expense of not being there for the people who need to talk to us on the phone. Numbers are one thing, but what are our residents telling us about the council? The report shows us that over a quarter of customers, 26.3%, are not satisfied with the service they're receiving from the council. And that goes along with an increase in escalated complaints from 13 to 18%. And the escalated complaints are only the ones reported. What about the non-escalated ones, please? It'd be good to see that. And with an increase in the number of complaints being upheld to a massive 58% of those complaints being upheld. This is painting a picture of a council that 1 year after reform taking control is not answering the phone and is increasing customer dissatisfaction. It's in the report. I don't know what you get while you're hanging on the phone trying to wait to be connected through. Perhaps Blondie's hanging on the telephone would be a good music for that. This report, again, there's some good bits, but I'm absolutely appalled by how we're not answering the phone for our customers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Dan Lister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This annual report is built around the One West Northamptonshire plan, a plan this Conservative group designed, agreed and began delivering. The new administration came to power without a plan. They subsequently brought forward a delivery plan, which on examination was little more than a short version of the plan we put in place to start with. We are, of course, glad they kept it because it was a good plan, but this report is, in truth, reporting progress against our ambitions. The leader just talked about reform challenging what had already happened. I'll challenge them. Where was your plan? There is much in this report that this Conservative group, can be proud of. Page after page describes projects initiated under the Conservative administration. We welcome that. It is, after all, our work. They discussed events like the Women's Rugby World Cup and regeneration plans, all brought forward by Conservatives. Tiffield School, Conservative. Family Hub, Conservative. I think we can all see the theme. On children's services, though, I do wish to pay particular tribute to Councillor Fiona Baker, who as lead member drove the improvement work that led to the recent outstanding inspection outcome in leadership. That work was also done on our watch, and she does deserve enormous credit for it. Now to what the report doesn't tell you. It tells you that the council did carry out 45 public consultations, but on parking charges, for instance, residents spoke and were ignored until public pressure forced a U-turn. On the forthcoming 3 weekly waste collections, residents were not even consulted at all. 45 consultations mean very little when residents are either ignored or not asked. Response times for urgent repairs on our potholes are down. Pothole repairs overall are down across every category of highway repair. This administration is going in the wrong direction. And buried in the scorecard is a net revenue budget deficit of £7 million. They may complain that they inherited our budget. They are, of course, welcome to. This group set and delivered balanced budgets every single year. They have managed 1 year. They didn't set their own, but produced a £7 million overspend. My question to you is, how are you going to address the overspend this year? Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Fazana-Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is much to commend in the Thriving People section of the annual report. The report highlights important work to support vulnerable children and adults, improve health and well-being, strengthen SEND provision, and work in partnership with our health and voluntary sector colleagues. I also recognise the commitment of staff who continue to deliver these services under increasing pressure. Whilst there are many examples of initiatives, there is too little evidence in many areas that they are actually delivering measurable improvements for residents or achieving better value for taxpayers. I'm of course delighted about the good outcome of the Ofsted inspection of children's services, However, my concern is the absence of any meaningful discussion in the annual report of the continuing financial position of the Northamptonshire Children's Trust. The Trust has continued to record substantial overspends, including an overspend of about 30 million for 25-26. Those overspends represent one of the most significant financial and strategic risks facing this council, yet the report is almost silent on this aspect. Financial sustainability and good outcomes for children must go hand in hand. Without demonstrating control over spending, there is a real risk that resources available for prevention, early intervention, and other vital frontline services will continue to come under increasing pressure. A balanced annual report should give members and residents confidence that the Council understands both its successes and its risks. And for me, in terms of Thriving People section, this requires greater transparency about the Children's Trust financial performance and what the Council intends to do to address this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge. We now have Councillor Christine Ware.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding progress against the One West Northants priorities, I note that much has been made about the number of visits to household waste recycling centres, which we know is down on numbers compared to last year. But why are we missing in this report outturn information on percentage of waste sent for reuse, recycling or composting? And also missing data on the percentage of residual waste treated. The report says the figures are not yet available. Why is this? And when will they be available? This time last year, the report did have up-to-date information. Another metric that concerns me greatly is the one for carers assessments completed, which indicates that results are just 50% of last year's figures. Care Act assessments are up, and we must ensure that carers are supported in the vital role that they play within our communities. We heard earlier from Mrs. Lineker about the importance of carers within our communities. There are some alarming trends here. So what assurances can be given that we're actively working to ensure these figures improve rather than continue in line with the trend? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ware. We have 3 more speakers, but that will be the end of speakers on this item. We now have Councillor Irving-Swift. Okay. Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is our annual self-congratulatory slap on the back. And it seems to be quite useful that this year everybody can join in from all sides of the chamber to congratulate themselves as to how wonderful we're all doing. I must say, though, that in the interest of balance, Dan, you need to add a couple of other to your long list of achievements. MPH, £30 million, Conservative. Market Square, 8 million overspend, Conservative. Mortuary, 750,000 overspend, Conservative. Be a good idea to balance that up. However, I've also, for many years when we've had this, mentioned that we need to have the prior year. And I'm pleased to see that we actually now have a prior year that you can begin to see. But the second thing, and I think Andrew was touching on it also, we need to see some national figures as well, because yes, we might be able to tell most of it is not an awful lot of change up or down in many areas. But there are things where we don't know what good looks like. And I think Andrew was saying that on telephones. I'm pretty sure telephone wait times have been mentioned in the past as well. I don't think that's suddenly fallen into repair. I think it's broadly where it has been, never been that good. So, all in all, these things are what these things are. But I do think, thank you for putting in prior year, and now next year, can we have national best practice, some sort of national figure, so we can really, truly assess ourselves as a council. Are we doing okay against everybody else or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCord. Our last speaker on this item is Councillor Bob Purser.
Thank you, Chair. The Labour Group will be supporting the approval of the annual report. we want to take this opportunity to thank Martin Henry and his team, our staff, and all who contribute to running our services. That includes our contracted out services as well. How well Reform did in stopping the boats coming up the River Nen, and look forward to seeing their performance as cryptocurrency and metal traders limited. I would want to, however, recognise the diligence which our Cabinet members have applied themselves over the last year on their new roles. I still think as a council we're working too much in silos, and I don't think we've got our head around what prevention really means, and I think we've got work to do there. We have got to address the issue of youth services as a council. We've made important decisions about MPH and bringing that in-house, and also the waste contract. But again, the proof of the pudding will be in the delivery of those services. We've got to carry on supporting the work of the Children's Trust, and we have to get this balance right between care and budgets as corporate parents. That's the great challenge that we've got. I do believe that after 5 years, we're seeing the benefits of unitary councils and also the benefits of having a Labour government putting additional funding into local authorities. And that's much of the progress that we've made. I believe we're making progress. We've got a lot more to do to provide services for our local people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Purser. Councillor Hastie, do you want to come back and have any comments on this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor Purser. That's a stunning revelation about how well you're doing. Secondly, I'd just like to just say that I'd like to point out to Councillor Lister that Councillor Arnold and I know Councillor Baker's involvement and other people on the other side have had an instrumental effect on the results of the recent inspection, but I would like to once again extend our thanks to you, Councillor Baker.
Thank you very much indeed. It was 5 long, hard years, I do have to say that. But moving on, Councillor Arnold, do you wish to make your closing remarks on this?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do, and if I may ask for more time, I can answer quite a lot here if that's going to add value to the debate. So, Councillor Chauhan, some points. We started with IT, the first thing that we did when we entered council, and we looked at licensing and whether we were giving the wrong people IT licenses, and thanks to Councillor Last's diligence, quickly identified over £900,000 of savings in 3 years. So this is about looking at the detail and finding out what you've got with the budget you didn't write. So I won't go much further than that, but I'm happy to have a conversation offline. Councillor McCord, excellent point on national comparisons. I had the benefit of joining colleagues from around the country, from my own party's councils and others at the LGA conference. And one of the things that was discussed in open sessions was about national comparison. How can we here in the Midlands, in a unitary council with lots of councils pre-LGR, it's difficult. You're absolutely right, but our Tier 2 functions, they don't compare to tendering, where I was yesterday, walking the streets and looking in some areas at some of the terrible circumstances in which they've got going on, and a need for improvement, which we're working hard to do. So I absolutely welcome that, and I can 100% take that away and work with officers and see what we can do to add value to the report. Councillor Lister, again, budget designed to overspend, a corporate strategy. Well, we've seen this, and we saw at the call-in for waste how a strategy can be written and then left on the shelf. A Conservative written strategy that said we will reduce the frequency of waste collections across West Northants, and then you didn't like it when we did it. So I think that speaks for itself. Pothole repairs, we are increasing the amount of road surface repair rather than pothole repairs as a whole, and last year we did twice as much road repair as the equivalent period in the year before, so heading in the right direction against a continuing pressure in that area. And 15 to 20 years of chronic underfunding in that area. We have a red rating which was rated on the period before reform took office. The irony. Anyway, Councillor Aldridge, NCT overspend. I will remind all members that the Children's Trust it exists because of the chronic issues of the past, and this council is under a statutory direction from the Department for Education for its delivery of services. It is incredibly difficult. We will continue, as we already have, and the report from Ofsted stresses the strength in leadership between the organisations. That's something to be commended. We will continue to do that, and it is my medium-term goal to see those statutory directions lifted, at which point our qualified officers will be able to look at how we commission services for this council, financially responsible, so hedge fund managers do not profit for the care of children in West Northants. And I will not rest until that's succeeded. In terms of Councillor Ware and the waste figures, an omission I didn't notice, Councillor Ware, but I'm sure Councillor Stansfield in his time will come back to you on that and give you those figures through Fiona Unit and the team working there. Councillor Purser, lastly, I'm sincerely hoping the new Prime Minister to be announced, I believe, next week, looks at funding. The fair funding formula is now not fair already, so we know where we're at with this. I will continue to lobby for this council to get fair funding and address this continuous imbalance. Hopefully the devolution agenda evolves further and we can see funding flow through this authority and into a combined authority in a different way to release some pressure on other services. And lastly, and I will say on this, the youth provision. Lastly, Councillor Baker, sorry, Chairman. We understand clearly the age of intervention required for young people who are in need in this place.
Thank you very much, but I did give permission for Councillor Arnold to answer all of the questions that you asked him. He has now finished, so we're going to take it there.
30 seconds to sum up on the youth provision, Madam Chairman. I am done.
I think we'll leave it there. We understand that you're invested in youth provision, Councillor
Just
Arnold.
going to say
we're moving on now. We have got
Thank
quite a lot of activity to go through to get the voting on this particular item. So we will move on now. Thank you very much. So we are now asked to vote on this item. So we will be asking for you to vote separately and have some patience because our people here have got to count the votes. Yeah. So can we have the votes first of all for those who are against this item? Do we have any abstentions? Have you got him? And all those in favour? Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. That item is carried. We now move on to item 9, that's remuneration. I invite Councillor Andrew Last to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report seeks full council approval for 2 permanent senior officer remuneration packages exceeding £100,000 as required by Section 40 of the Localism Act 2011. This ensures transparency and member oversight for high-earning local government roles. Background. The £100,000 threshold for council approval was set in 2012 and has not been updated for inflation, so more posts now require council approval. The council's pay policy statement approved in March 2026 and the Hay Job Evaluation Scheme has been used to determine the appropriate pay bands. Posts covered. Number 1, Service Director, Send and Inclusion, which is a new role. Pay band 13, circa £99,947 to £106,218. Created to provide dedicated leadership for special educational needs and disabilities SEND services, following Ofsted CQC inspection recommendations. The role is critical for driving improvement, meeting statutory requirements, and supporting national SEND reforms. Funding is largely offset by deleting another senior post in the Directorate. The second post, Executive Director of Place Economy Environment, which is an existing role, pay band 15, £151,368 to £161,559. Responsible for strategic leadership across planning, economic growth, transport, assessments and environmental services. The current post holder is retiring, and I'd like to extend my thanks to Stuart Timmis for a fantastic job. And this is a like-for-like replacement. The role is vital for delivering the Council's corporate priorities and managing significant budgets and assets. Key points. Both roles have been evaluated using the Hay scheme and aligned to the Council's pay policy. Funding for both posts is available within the existing 2026-27 budget. There are no significant legal, financial or risk implications, and consultation has taken place with Cabinet. Overview and Scrutiny Committee have not reviewed this report. Recommendations. Approve the proposed remuneration for both Executive Director and Service Director roles as outlined, and note that separate report on temporary staff exceeding £100,000 will be presented in September. Conclusion. Approval of these packages ensures the Council can attract and retain senior leadership needed to deliver the statutory duties and corporate priorities with full transparency and within budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Last. I invite Councillor John Slope to second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm delighted to second that proposal and reserve my right to speak.
We have an amendment that's been received, copies of which have been circulated to members. So I'd like to ask Councillor Sally Keeble to move the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This additional recommendation is really about increasing transparency and accountability to the public, specifically to the public, about the payment of very high salaries at a time when many people are struggling to balance their family budgets. Now, I know that there are a lot of internal mechanisms, and Councillor Last has set some of them out, about the ways in which people are appointed and the evaluation procedures that are gone through and how the salaries are reached and so on. But there's still my concern is about what the public think, which can sometimes be quite different. People understand that those in senior positions earn more money, of course they do. But what they want to know is that the decisions on high salaries, which is the use of their money, public money, that those decisions are being taken with care and the focus is on improving delivery of local services. One of the people involved in this will be the person who is responsible for regenerating the centre of Northampton, taking forward some of those really big projects that Councillor Arnold spoke about, and who will also, one thing I think we'd all like to see is a production of a housing supply pipeline to end some of the problems we've got of homelessness. So these are crucial posts, and we will all be cheering the person on to make sure that they succeed. However, we do have to remember that median earnings in West Northamptonshire are £38,000, and that we're talking here about earnings at a 3 and 4 times that level. And I think we need to demonstrate to the public what's happening and how the process will result in improvements for them. And I would have thought that the report in September would be the right time to provide those assurances, because that report will be talking about people who are on temporary contracts, who may be on enhanced rates for specific skills over a short-term period, which, as we all know, often happens with temporary posts, but who may also have fewer ties to this area and who, after they finish their jobs, can just go off, and the public are still entitled to know that their money is being used well in the way in which we recruit and pay people. This is not to bash officers, and it's not to bash high earnings. It's about saying we have a commitment to provide value for money services, and that makes sure that we demonstrate that fully to the public. So that's a point of this recommendation, and I hope that the administration would be able to accept it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Keeble. So, Councillor Hack, would you like to second this amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like to second this amendment, please, and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
You have to speak now, Councillor Hack. You aren't able to reserve your right on an amendment.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll go ahead. We recognise that attracting and retaining talented senior officers in local government is increasingly challenging. And we need people with the right skills and experience to lead complex services. The salaries before us reflect the scale of those responsibilities. However, with a salary of in excess of 100,000 comes a significant responsibility to the taxpayers. Those appointments must be able to demonstrate through their leadership, decision-making and delivery that they are providing value for money. These are not simply well-paid jobs, they are a position of public trust. The individuals appointed should be held accountable to the outcome they achieve, the performance of their departments, and the efficient use of public funds. We also expect robust performance management, transparency and regular scrutiny so that the residents can have confidence that these salaries are fully justified by the work they deliver. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Last, I invite you to reply to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. In response to Councillor Hack's comments just there, I think accountability is extremely important, and scrutiny is very important as well for these posts. The mere fact that the temporary post was taken out of this paper and will be presented in September is testament to that due diligence that this administration's actually taken with these hires. However, in terms of accountability, we are very good as a council at reporting facts and reporting figures, but not necessarily from a I've lost track, sorry. Not necessarily from an ownership perspective or an accountability perspective. So I appreciate that. And one of the responsibilities in my portfolio is to look at that, and officers will attest. I'm looking at that across the whole council, not specific posts and not just high earning posts within the council. So thank you for your comments. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Keeble, do you have anything you wish to say at this point?
It's not clear if, are you saying you're going to accept it or not? Because that would depend on what I say.
Councillor Keeble.
We will have to have a vote on that, Councillor Keeble.
Okay, if I would urge you, I mean, I completely understand that you have all kinds of internal mechanisms for holding staff to account and for measuring people against their job description and their responsibilities and so on. This is about where the public sits, and this is about making sure that the public is comfortable with the high salaries that we're paying in certain spaces. It's specifically around that. And I think specifically, you don't want to attach it to a particular job because obviously that, that would be wrong. But I would have thought, particularly when it comes to temporary staff, that it would be very appropriate to find some way to reassure the public about why people are being employed at very high salaries on temporary posts. We all know that there was a problem here with temporary or agency staff in the past, and we need to make sure that moving forward that the public is with us in what we're doing. That's a point of doing this. Whatever the internal mechanisms, it's what the public thinks, and making sure that the public is fully in support of the direction that's being taken, of the work that the person is undertaking, because I think everybody will want to see those people succeed in their posts. So this is a public-facing amendment. It's not about internal mechanisms. It's about winning the confidence and trust of the public that we are treating their money with real care.
Thank you, Councillor Keeble. We're now going to go to the vote on this. Do you want to do them the same as before? So first of all, we'll have those to raise their hands for those who are against. Just keep your arms raised while we do a little counting. Yes. Don't forget. 34. You can put your hands down now. Anybody abstaining? No. Those in favour of the amendment? Thank you very much. I declare that amendment is lost. Are there any members of the council who wish to comment further on this item? No? Okay. So I'll invite Councillor Andrew Last to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a comment on Councillor Keeble's last comment there. These processes are already in place. The reason we voted this down is because we are carrying out due diligence. We are explaining why the posts are required and why the remuneration packages need to be there. As I said, this administration has exercised some extreme due diligence to a point that's never been seen before within the council. So thank you anyway, but we're already undertaking to reassure the public on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Last. Councillor Slope, I believe you reserved your right to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. It's an unfortunate fact of life. We need, in order to attract and retain good people, we need to pay the right rates, and that's what we're doing. We've also seen a dramatic shift, and I take Councillor Keeble's point about temporary staff and the costs, but we've seen, if you look at the figures for the council, they really have come down. So thank you, Madam Chairman. That's my point.
Thank you very much. We are now going to the vote. So again, those against the item first, please. Any abstentions? No. All those in favour? So that's carried. Thank you very much. We will take a 10-minute break at this point to renew water bottles and just move about, and perhaps the corridor is slightly cooler than this stage is. But back in 10 minutes to move on to item 10.
So could any councillors due to attend the planning training on Wednesday approach the dais, please, so we can have a quick conversation with you? Thank you.
10, which is the Revenue Monitoring Outturn Financial Year 2025-26. And I invite Councillor John Slope to introduce the report and move the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm pleased to introduce the Revenue Monitoring Outturn Report for 2025-26. This report brings the Council the recommendations that follow from the provisional outturn that Cabinet considered earlier this month. There are two, and both are technical. First, to approve a 1.2 million amendment to the General Fund Capital Programme, reflecting costs identified during the year that are properly capital rather than revenue in nature. Second, to approve the additions to the flexible use of capital receipts strategy. I'll explain both, but let me first set the context because the figures matter. The Council closed the year with an overspend of 7 million against a net budget of 431.8 million, a variance of 1.6%. In the hardest year for social care budgets in living memory, this is a Council that kept control of its overall position. The pressure sits, as it does across the whole of local government, in two demand-led statutory services. In children's services, the overspend rose to around 18% of budget. In adult social care, to around 8%. These are structural pressures driven by demand and complexity, and they would have fallen on this Council, whoever held this seat. Against that, this administration delivered 20.1 million of savings, 84% of the programme. The housing revenue account balanced with a surplus, reserved used in a controlled, deliberate way, with the overspend met from the risk reserve exactly as intended, leaving general reserves of around 95 million. And the year closed without recourse to exceptional financial support from government, though I will say more about the road ahead in a moment. Turning to the recommendations, the 1.2 million capitalisation is a piece of prudent housekeeping, following a detailed review of costs of genuine capital in nature, highway works and digital infrastructure resources and hardware are being funded through the capital programme rather than revenue. That protects the general fund and taxpayer, and it requires this Council's approval. The additions to the flexible use of capital receipts strategy, similar fund time limited transformation that delivered 6.1 million of savings this year and supports more across the medium term, and government guidance requires full Council to approve any in-year change. These are technical, proper and necessary steps to close the account soundly. I commend the recommendations to Council. Now, I want to be direct with Council about what comes next, because I would rather the Chamber hears it from me plainly than read it later as if it wasn't said. The pressures that drove this outturn, demand and complexity in children's and adult services are not easing. They are intensifying here and across the country, and councils of every colour are now having difficult conversations how these statutory services are funded. This council will manage that position with the same discipline shown in this outturn. Honestly, in the open, through published papers, this outturn shows an organisation managing severe structural pressure without losing grip on the things within its control. I commend the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slope. I invite Councillor Mark Arnold to second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will happily second the proposal and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? What's his other name? Vincent? What's this one called here? Councillor Vincent. Councillor Keeble, you're first to go.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. And I'll be brief in my comments. I appreciate also the comments that Councillor Slope made, in particular in relation to the Children's Trust and adult care services. As he knows, I've been particularly concerned about prevention and early intervention, particularly around what happens to young people. And I'm very glad that Councillor Arnold has reserved his right to reply, because he might then want to answer it, because he also commented about the need to respond to events and move a bit more deftly and so on. So what I would ask is that we have had some really serious events involving young people in Northampton, as he knows. There's been a series of them. The schools are about to break up, and we have a very long, hot summer in prospect. So I would ask if he might look at squeezing the budget to provide a bit of prevention work, particularly to boost summer events and support and activities for young people, to see if we can start to make some inroads in turning that around. And if he wants to know where some money might be found, there was, as Councillor Hastie knows, an underspend on the voluntary grants budget round quite recently, and it might be that some of that could be used in the short term to provide some support for activities. I do think that it's really important that we don't let the grass grow under our feet on this, and that we do start to make some inroads in these really challenging issues that affect some of our wards, particularly in the centre of Northampton, where we've seen repeated, very tragic events unfold in past months.
Thank you, Councillor Keeble. Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think what matters to me is calling it as it is and wherever the responsibility actually sits. And I suspect now we're going to be told this was our budget and they didn't do it and we did this and you did that. But when this budget was set back in February 25, I said it was the most risky budget that ever set. It's on YouTube. The headwinds were obvious back then: rising employer NI, the cost and demand pressures across the board, specifically care overspends. And I highlighted the Children's Trust had overspent the year before about 18 million, yet we made a 1.8 million correction. So I asked the question directly: was this budget that we now see the end of set by an administration that knew on the eve of an election expected to lose that it would not be the one left holding the bill? Because that's exactly what's happened. This year's outturn shows the council has overspent again, and the delivery of that budget and the consequences of it are now being laid at the door of the new administration. But there has to be a shared responsibility to own the fallout from a budget set by one party, delivered by another, for risks that were flagged and ignored. Was it a time bomb left by the last lot, carefully set to detonate? I will leave members and residents to draw their own conclusions about that timing. And look at where this year's 7 million overspend actually comes from. Children's Trust is over budget by 17.4 million and adult social care by 12 million. The usual suspects, again. Every other part of the council there or thereabouts. It's care that swallowed those savings and still left us short. And while last week's news that the Trust is now judged good, that's the minimum we should have expected, given its overspends are guaranteed by us. I'd be much more impressed if this was done within their financial envelope. So I'll keep saying it, and I'll say it again. If you want to fix potholes, fix care.
Thank you, Councillor McCord. Councillor Clive.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we wrestled office from the former incumbents, we inherited a budget already set by them, one which required some of the most significant savings and income generation targets in the council's short history. There have been suggestions that some of the proposals we inherited may have been identified in the expectation that others would deliver them. I wouldn't care to speculate. Regardless, we have faced the inherited realities head-on, worked constructively with officers, and produced a credible outturn under incredible circumstances. The financial pressures we faced are not new, but are reflective of national trends. Demand-led overspends in children's services, adult social care and temporary accommodation are systemic, and they point to a broken model of council funding long papered over by the Uniparty in Westminster. Nevertheless, we have delivered over 20 million in savings and efficiencies. We protected frontline services. We delivered a surplus on the housing revenue account and maintained stability. Now, over 2,000 years ago, Jesus performed his first miracle by turning water into wine, saving the best until last, as it were. And in a modest echo of that first miracle, despite these financial headwinds, we have achieved a strong Ofsted report with outstanding leadership for children's services. We should and have recognised the groundwork laid by one of the former portfolio holders, but this result is also clear evidence, contrary to views previously expressed in this chamber, that it is political leadership that is delivering for families and children. I had heard that Councillor Arnold and Martin Henry were planning to walk on water for their next trick, but alas, a hosepipe ban has deprived us of that amusement. Nevertheless, this report, though challenging reading, represents responsible financial management in action. We inherited the challenges, we are delivering the results. Thank you.
Councillor Holland-Delamere.
Yeah, so it does feel a bit like deja vu. Have been around for 5 years and seen through these budget cycles, and as Councillor McCord has rightly flagged up, we're seeing the consistent problem areas. I think sometimes these challenges are in spite of administrations, and we recognise that the officers are doing a hell of a job with a difficult situation. But we also recognise when offered efficiency savings, sometimes we set ourselves big problems for the future. And sometimes with these undeliverables, it's completely unrealistic about whether we're going to deliver them. And we see the fallouts in other areas. We've already got £54,000 that we're going to have to find from the budget because of the U-turn on the disabled budget, disabled parking this year. So I always look at these reports with a pinch of salt, because sometimes with the red areas in particular, which I've seen growing over the years, the complexities and the difficulties are much bigger. And I think for all of us, actually, it's going to take the whole entire chamber and our officers to work across political spectrum with national government, local government, regional, to try and change the narrative. We've got to be honest with the public. All local authorities face these challenges. And until we have an honest conversation nationally, locally, we're going to end up with these problems increasing. The LGA already says most of us local authorities will be bankrupt by the end of the decade due to the two areas that outlined by Ian McCord. Good work, always going to be a challenge. We'll see how we are at the end of the year. We're approaching the cliff edge.
Thank you, Councillor Holland-Delamere. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Slope, on the 7 million overspend, this is on your watch. You've been holding the purse strings since last May, and for the first time our unitary councils had to utilise risk reserve funds. You may have inherited a Conservative budget, but you're responsible, like it or not, and WNC's finances are worsening under reform control. And what about the burn-down debt process boasted about in your campaign material? Borrowing has increased, not gone down, and cutting taxes never take the electorate for fools. The Nigel pandering 4.95% increase in council tax saved each bandy household, may I remind you, a grand total of 74 pence per year. This pathetic stunt will cost the council the best part of £500,000 over 4 years, a significant sum and needed more than ever since the world has been inflicted by Trumpflation. I sincerely hope that you abandon such stunts for next year's budget's setting, given all the pressures. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Arnold, did you wish to come back and make comments on this item?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, a couple of bits. Absolutely, Councillor.
Can I just stop you there? I'm sorry. There's been some more hands gone up over in this section. I'll come back to you in a minute, Councillor Arnold. Right, who do you want first? Councillor Evans-Swift.
Yes, thank you. This paper was presented at Cabinet. As you know, Councillor Lister asked some question to Councillor Slope. Now, I could not be at Cabinet last time, but the question, you can look through it on YouTube and you will see what they were. My issue with Cabinet, we ask you question, Councillor Slope, and you always deflate the question. You have never so far answered one of my questions in Cabinet. And when you do not know, suddenly you ask an officer to reply. You are in the administration, you are the administration, you are taken the decision. Officers are there to advise, you are the one to take the decision. So could I have the assurance that next year, when we ask you question, when you are accountable for what we ask, you answer. It's unfair on officers who are there to advise not to take your decision. So could you have, at least, instead of cheap joke about Jesus Christ and so on, I hope the people who are Christian in your group take that with a pinch of salt, because I find it insulting to use religion when it suits you or when it doesn't suit you. But I think, Councillor Slope, now you have to take charge and not hide yourself behind officers. Thank you so much. And please answer my question next time.
Thank you, Councillor Irving-Swift. Councillor Chauhan.
Thank you, Chairman. The reform speaker before mentioned responsible financial management, and I hear this line bandied around quite often. But can I just remind them that the leader of their party is currently fighting an election against a bin and is absolutely riddled in scandal, and the £5 million they need to be accountable for. Now they need to, when they talk about financial management, they need to look at their party overall. And actually they need to take the £7 million overspend, which has happened under their watch, and take some accountability over that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I won't repeat quite a few of the comments that were made, even though they're on my list. The area that's not been explored and mentioned so far was the magnificent Doge plan, which promised a band of so-called experts. Well, according to national press, there were only 2 names that ever were put forward from this magnificent band of so-called experts. One withdrew, the other appeared to be an employee of Reform UK, which sort of ruled them out. Funny that. The point I really want to pick up, though, is language matters. I've just heard Councillor Slope talk about general reserves of 95 million. That's incorrect. 95 million are the total amount of reserves, not the general reserve. Of the 95 million, 59 million are what's called earmarked reserve. And if I'm not mistaken, that means they're earmarked to be utilised. So please, can we make sure we're not playing to the gallery and talking about general reserves of £95 million when that is factually wrong?
Thank you, Councillor Harris. I can't see any hands that have suddenly popped up, so over to you again, Councillor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll try and do this in 2 minutes for you. Members will have to listen very closely. I've got 3. Wow, super. Councillor Keeble, thank you. I didn't get to finish my earlier point, but it is about intervention in young people. We will be bringing forward a paper in the autumn to Cabinet around youth provision, which was a direct response to the youth strategy from the motion in June last year. I'm delighted to see that come to fruition. We actually know who our age group is that we need to intervene in. We're seeing the proliferation of incidents, the age groups affected. It's no surprise. I often think to myself, how is it not worse in West Northampton after 20 years of negligence from former Councillor Harker's decision to abolish youth provision and young people's provision in this area, a place close to my heart. So I think we're doing rather well, but we have substantial work to do. I know there are some colleagues in this chamber on the other side that will support us in doing so. Prevention is the key. We've got a whole of West Northampton to look at here as well, not just Northampton. This is a big area. We are addressing rural inequality where we can with limited resource. It's far-reaching to Yelvertoft and the rural northeast of Councillor Irving-Swift's area, all the way down to Middleton Cheney. We must look at all people across the area and not just be Northampton-centric and Northampton-focused the whole time. It doesn't wash. That's why we're standing here in office to sort things out. On the points about care, to Councillor McCord's point, care, we do have a care problem. We have a remand care problem that was picked up at scrutiny the other week. It's been echoed in the Cabinet meeting a few weeks ago. And I will be writing to the Minister for Justice to ask why the cost of children's remand services goes to children's care in local authorities and not the Ministry of Justice. And if that was the case, we would be sitting here with an underspend position on a budget that we didn't set. So we wouldn't have compromised services or made changes to services to deliver this budget. But on the point of balanced budgets, you know, we lawfully have a duty to do that, and it would be unfair to not pick up on that we would never not set a balanced budget. So that's just for posturing. I'm just watching. Thank you, Councillor Hasty. Star Chambers process will start in a couple of weeks, and we're already looking at the savings that we need to look at across our service areas. Some key points around the room at the LJ conference was it's no longer sustainable to salami slice on these elements. We are going to have to look at wholesale change. Some of that is going to be born out of whether we can achieve a combined authority or not to see different funding, and some of it will be having to really be quite brutal with the budget and look what we do. Some of this stuff now we look ever more to the voluntary sector. We put an increased burden on that because we cannot do it as a council any longer. It's not sustainable with these increased pressures. So my focus over the summer will be to look at that instead of taking a holiday. And in terms of Clacton-on-Sea, thank you to the members who have pointed out that there is indeed a parliamentary by-election on there, and I had the pleasure of walking those streets this weekend and seeing absolutely what it's all about as we stand up to the establishment for what they're doing and the increased levels and appropriate scrutiny in people's lives.
Thank you, Councillor Arnold. Your time is up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Bang on the money.
Before we take this item to the vote, I just want to mention, for the sake of all of our members in our constituency who are watching this video on the YouTube video, that the names of people are inaccurate on every occasion. It seems I have a message here that every time I speak, I have a different name. So I'm obviously doing the rounds of trying out being all of you. So just as an apology for all those watching the YouTube video, that the names we realise are not accurate. Can we now go to the vote on this item? Sorry?
Councillor Slope to sum up, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Slope.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Some really positive comments from those that we can assume will provide positive comments. Councillor Keeble, well meant. Councillor McCord, on the money, just need to find the money. Councillor Clive, some excellent points. Yes, we did inherit it, a difficult situation. And Councillor Holland-Delamere, yeah, little to disagree with, apart from the 54,000. There's still some confusion about what a consultation is and a U-turn. So just a gentle comeback on that one. But yeah, as for Councillor Irving-Swift, I don't think there was a question in there again to answer. I think it's just a statement. I think the air is hot enough in here without contributions like that. And I'd also... Yeah, so, yeah, it's a fascinating critique from the party that created many of the underlying financial problems in the first place. Yeah, the Conservatives appear to be arguing that the budget they set was sound, the contingency they set was sufficient, the reserves strategy they set was correct, and the assumptions they made were accurate. If that is the position, then they must also explain why the outturn differed from all those assumptions. Some of the substantive points that we broke a balanced budget, again from the Conservatives. A budget is balanced on the day it's set. The test is whether it survives the year. Madam Chairman, when this budget was set, a senior member of this council that we've heard, now chair of the Scrutiny Committee, and possibly entitled to sport the I told you so t-shirt, did in fact point out that we hadn't left sufficient reserves in the national insurance and they'd not been adequately provided for. And as he said, riskiest budget ever were his exact words. We received 3.1 million of government funding for it, and that only covered our own direct costs, nothing for the rise that passed on to us through care providers into the cost of budget.
8 to 10 million.
Yeah. And of course, whichever party or whichever administration took this over is still facing the long-term pressures and costs handed down to us by the Conservatives administration, which left a legacy debt of 553 million.
Can you draw to a halt now, Councillor Slope?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I think we know that 10 million a year paid, that we have to pay in annual interest rates really does affect us. But thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. So now we're going to the vote, so we'll have those against to start off with. Those abstaining? Those who are voting for? So that vote is carried. Thank you very much. We now move on to item 11 on our agenda, review of the West Northamptonshire Council Constitution. I invite Councillor Silas Hayes to introduce the report and to move the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm pleased as Chair of the Democracy and Standards Committee to present the recommendations arising from the Constitution Review Task and Finish Group. Firstly, I'd like to place on record my thanks to Councillor Ian McCord for chairing the Task and Finish Group so effectively, and to all members and officers who engaged in this process. This review was established following requests from members after the 2025 elections to ensure that our Constitution remains fit for purpose, reflects the values and culture of this Council, and supports effective decision-making. The review brought together members of the Council. Whilst attendance inevitably varied across the review period, I would like to thank those members who consistently gave up their evenings over several months to ensure this important work was completed. Members examined those areas of the Constitution where local discretion exists and where improvements could be made. The group worked to a number of agreed principles: transparency, accountability, efficiency, accessibility, inclusivity, and concisiveness. The group focused on 5 principal areas. Firstly, council procedure rules. Members considered how we can improve the operation of full council meetings for both members and the public. The recommendations include clearer arrangements for public participation, clarification around petitions, and explicit provision for members of Parliament to address council meetings. The group also reviewed portfolio holder reports. Members felt that council meetings should focus more on accountability and scrutiny, and therefore recommended removing the formal introduction of portfolio reports in favour of more time for direct questioning. Changes are also proposed regarding motions. These seek to ensure that debates remain focused, proportionate, and relevant to matters affecting West Northamptonshire and the communities we serve. This point is shown again tonight in the length of item 7 and the motions going into multiple pages. Secondly, budget meetings. The review strengthens arrangements surrounding budget setting, including providing the relevant overview and scrutiny chair with a formal opportunity to address council and introduce safeguards designed to reduce the risk of an unbalanced budget being set. Thirdly, planning protocol. This was undoubtedly the most detailed and time-consuming aspect of the review and was the main reason for the need of the Task and Finish group. The revised protocol provides significantly greater clarity regarding the respective roles and responsibilities of members and officers, strengthens guidance surrounding decisions made contrary to officer recommendations, and seeks to ensure planning reports are balanced, objective, and transparent. It also introduces clearer guidance on post-decision processes, appeals, standards of conduct, and the member-officer relationship. Fourthly, officer employment procedure rules. Members identified a gap relating to interim appointments to certain senior statutory posts. The revised rules provide a clear and transparent process to address this issue. Finally, the group reviewed member attendance arrangements under Section 85 of the Local Government Act 1972. The recommendations in the report before Council tonight introduces a more flexible and compassionate approach, particularly in relation to parental leave, whilst maintaining transparency through report arrangements to full council. The group also considered proposals relating to the freedom of speech. The committee concluded that the existing constitution already provides robust protections, and this is a matter which should continue to be monitored. Madam Chairman, constitutions rarely make headlines, but they are fundamental to local democracy. They determine how decisions are made, how members are held to account, how residents engage with their council, and ultimately how effectively we serve our communities. I believe the recommendations before Council today represent a thorough, balanced and evidence-led review which will strengthen transparency, accountability and effective governance across West Northamptonshire Council. I therefore commend the recommendations to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes. So I invite Councillor Ian McCord to second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to second this. In so doing, can I also place on record my thanks to all the members who took part in the working group. And as Silas has said, we did have some very robust conversations. Attendance was a little patchy amongst some, and it was particularly annoying when we moved the time and date in order to suit some people who still then couldn't bother to turn up. But what we've tried to do throughout was to be very pragmatic. So I don't want to think that anybody thinks that what we were trying to do was to advantage one group over the other. So things like shortening this questioning period was driven not from the need to actually say there'll be no scrutiny, but actually to try to get some, in as much as a 20-minute slot might actually happen, as opposed to a 60-minute slot, with the likelihood of it happening being much more diminished. There are a number of other areas. The budget one, I think it's going to have to be a suck it and see how we get on in February, and we may have to come back and revisit that if it doesn't turn out to be the way that we thought it might turn out to be. And the planning protocol, yes, it's something that I feel very passionate about, and I do hope that what we're trying to do is to get balanced reports. It still doesn't go far enough for my personal liking, and I would still like to see, I would like to see no recommendations on planning reports, as most people know. But we've managed to arrive at a compromise, which I hope everybody will take forward, and I look forward to planning members at least hoping to report back that the reports are of a higher quality and much more balanced to allow you to take decisions, if of course the planning committee will ever be allowed to meet, given the other proposals that are coming from government. And as for free speech, well, yeah, I was the one pushing that. I still don't think that our constitution is strong enough on our rights for free speech, but it's unfortunate that I seem to be a lone voice on this. And finally, Madam Chairman, I'm really intrigued to see who's going to say Ian McCord the next time that flashes up.
You're currently Councillor Breeze, Miss Councillor McCord. I now have to notify the Council that an amendment has been received, copies of which have been circulated to members before the meeting. And I ask Councillor Arnold to move the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, very happy to move the amendment. Thank you to the work of the Task and Finish Group. We heard earlier from a speaking alderman who attended the meeting around Cabinet member questions. And I think in any ordinary case of our 4 standard business meetings of a year, we've got to Cabinet member questions once by the length of the agenda. The amendment is out to seek extra value. There will be at least 10, if not 11 meetings of Cabinet per year, and there's one on Thursday this week. The agenda is already published, so this would take effect in September when we come back from summer break. But the bones are very happy to take questions, very happy to explore things. And if there is an officer that's capable, qualified, experienced and has further value to add, then that is a resource this council pays for. Our taxpayers pay for it. And we will be adding value to any public debate by relying on that resource that's in the room. So we will see how this goes as well. So the amendment is there to create a standing item at every Cabinet meeting from September, allowing a minimum of half an hour of questions, but that's at the Chair's discretion. So, if we're running over time, I guess that sits with me to take more value if necessary. So I will speak no further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arnold. Councillor Hastie, you wish to second the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I'm very happy to second this amendment, and I'd like to also thank Councillor McCord and Councillor Hayes for their work on this. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. The report says these changes take effect from tonight, notwithstanding things for the July meetings of the planning committees. Councillor Arnold just said the suggestion for Cabinet would take place in August. Can you please then amend your amendment so that we show it's taking place? Otherwise, I'll be there on Thursday night to ask questions. I'll be there anyway.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor McCall. I just defer to the monitoring officer. I believe September, because an agenda is already in print for Thursday, therefore cannot be amended, but I'll take advice.
Yes, that's correct. It is already printed in circulation, so therefore we can't now amend it in that way. Yeah.
So it will
it could
be from effect
September.
from the next Cabinet meeting, which will be therefore September. Okay, thank you.
So we go back to you, Councillor Hayes, to reply to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to accept the amendment.
Thank you. Anything further from you, Councillor Arnold?
No, I'm grateful for the chair of the committee in accepting that. Thank you.
So we're now going for a vote on this amendment. All those against? Thank you. All of those abstaining? And those in favour? So that amendment is carried. Thank you very much. So you're standing by for hands. Anybody want to comment on this item? Councillor Zoe Smith, you start first.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So firstly, it is worth noting that a several months long project and piece of work from the Democracy and Standards Committee has just been undermined by an amendment without a debate in a few moments in a council meeting. And so I would question the validity of democracy and standards within that setting. I commend a lot of the work that's been done by the group. Unfortunately, some of the timings and the situations meant that it wasn't always possible to attend, so we've spoken about inclusivity. However, we've got to ensure that all meetings we arrange are inclusive and allow all members to attend, no matter what their situations, and that we recognise the differences and the different experiences that different councillors carry. However, the work done was, on the whole, a really positive piece of work done by the Democracy and Standards Group. The original recommendations to contain the Cabinet member question times within our standard political forum, where members of the public are used to attending, used to seeing accountability, was a solid recommendation, removing the time taken up by council members, by Cabinet members speaking, and extending the time would have allowed a greater democracy, a greater chance for us to question. And just finally, in a nod on the freedom of speech comments, can I really ensure that people in this committee, in this council, understand that we have a responsibility of speech? We have a real care and responsibility to ensure that the words we use, the language we use, the way we talk about the public, the way we talk about one another, it has a positive impact on our debate, has a positive discourse that isn't about cheap jibes, but about positive and uplifting us as a council and the job we're here to do.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Harris?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to address Councillor Hayes probably on this as Chair. If I were you, Councillor Hayes, I would be slightly concerned, frustrated and possibly feel somewhat undermined that the recommendations from his committee that he chairs, agreed by his committee, which for the benefit of anybody who isn't clear, the administration of course have the majority on. The recommendations arising from a lot of hard work from this working group. Now, does anybody see the irony? Our Democracy Committee democratically agreed some amendments to put forward to this council, which then are undermined by an amendment that comes to this council undemocratically put forward at the last minute. What on earth is the point of having working groups? And in fact, indeed, I would go so far as to say the Democracy Committee. Perhaps we should drop the words democracy from the committee and just simply have a standards committee. Now, all well and good, the vote has been taken. This is now moving to Cabinet. I would urge the council leader to ensure that he remains unfettered by his responsibility, as it says in the wording. He can determine exactly what he does with this. He can have a longer session. In fact, he could cut it down. He could have no speakers. So I hope he is diligent in his responsibility and allows full and proper scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hammond. Councillor Keeble?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Labour Group won't be supporting this paper now, this set of proposals now. The amendment which has just been carried affects us. It affects the opposition in particular, because it affects our ability to hold you, the administration, to account. So, you know, for us to be put in a position where our rights are worsened is obviously something that we can't accept. When we ask questions as Cabinet, we ask it pretty much as members of the public, actually. Whereas here, we're voting members, we're here in our own rights as equals in the minority politically, but we're here as voting members, and we are specifically addressing the portfolio holders, which completely understand the position about officers, but they're not the ones who form the administration, they're not the ones who are in the political hot seat, and they're not the ones who have to answer to the public and also answer to the opposition. And that's a really key thing. If you want to have a proper administration and a proper democracy, yes, of course, you have to have a functioning opposition, and you have to respect the opposition. The second thing is that this speaks volumes about Reform's approach to consultation. Consultation is setting up a working group and then ignoring the results of it. Consultation is having months and months and months and then put up an amendment which just affects us, not you, just affects one group of people, and not having any discussion with them at all about it. It would have been so easy to have picked up the phone, to have had any discussion right the way along the line, instead of which what Reform's decided to do is just use a vote and get what you want for your own short-term purposes and carry on. Well, just you be careful, because what goes round comes round, and if you find yourself in the opposition, you will find that this comes back to bite you. So I would urge you to really think carefully about the way you progress. If you want a functioning council, you have to have and you want a functioning democracy, you have to respect the opposition, you have to consult them, and you have to take them with you. And now at least you will have one party which does not agree with the constitution of this council, which is a really serious position to be in.
Thank you, Councillor Keeble. Councillor Tolley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone who served with others on this review, I must express my shock and dismay at this now amended item. It was with good faith that myself and other opposition members agreed to give up our time to help shape the Constitution. only to now find the administration hastily inserting amendments that override what the group proposed and without any reference to the Democracy and Standards Committee, which surely any major policy change should be recommended to first. This bad faith has meant that we view these recommendations as something we cannot now support, as it has effectively undone our work. It is, to quote the leader of this council, and to take inspiration from their main challenger in Clacton Camp Binface, now a load of rubbish. This was 6 months' work in which we believed we had created a streamlined and more equitable system of council procedure and a more balanced planning protocol. We debated at great length about the proper position, time and nature of questions to the portfolio holders. It was agreed that this should be here in this chamber, where all members are already assembled and should be shorter and simpler, with Cabinet members not able to just lean on officers to respond. Moving this to Cabinet will now mean that not only can Cabinet members be bailed out by officers, but that the Chair himself, who is also leader of the Council, will have unprecedented discretionary powers over members' questions, as set out in the current constitutions over members speaking. They also know that by forcing members to come to Cabinet, they will have fewer questions they have to answer, unless they seriously expect all 36 opposition councillors to turn up to the forum in Toaster each time, rather than allowing them the opportunity to ask questions here in full council, where you have the full quota of members already in attendance. It is unfortunate for us that because of these backroom shenanigans, we now know that an agreement with reform means nothing, and have to recommend that this review is binned.
Thank you, Councillor Tolley. Councillor Clive.
I'll keep it very short. We've heard a lot about democracy this evening, but may I remind the members opposite that the reason they are in opposition is because the general public in May of last year voted to place Reform in power to deliver their agenda. They may not like it, but it is the reality. We are not here to make you feel good about your failed policies.
Councillor Irving-Swift.
Yes, as just a few minutes ago, Councillor Slope said I didn't ask a question, I will ask Councillor Slope to again look at YouTube. I ask you a question. So I'm very concerned because now we have the leader of the council who will say we have a question or we didn't ask a question. So maybe next time I will speak to you in French, ask my question in French, and you might answer. Because frankly, every time I ask a question in English, you never answer. So, and now, with what you have put as a supplementary little addition to our work, make our question all irrelevant. So I don't know what to do, but I will carry on asking questions, and if you want, I will make you listen to exactly at which time in the YouTube recording we ask questions. So maybe after you will be able to answer me. So please, the leader of the council, could you assure that you will answer all the questions and not just the questions that you seem relevant to you? Thank you so much.
Councillor Hastie.
Councillor Slope, Madam Chairman.
That wish to speak on this item. Councillor Lister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This council did set up a Democracy and Standards Working Group to examine exactly these questions about how we hold the executive to account. That group met, deliberated and reached their conclusions, and whatever one thinks of those conclusions, the process existed for a reason, to ensure changes to how this council operates are considered carefully across party lines with proper scrutiny. What we have seen today is that process set aside at a nod. An amendment to the Constitution moved at full council that fundamentally changes how opposition councillors and all backbench members hold the Cabinet to account, without the working group ever even recommending it. Let us be clear what it does. It removes the Cabinet member questions from this chamber, the sovereign body of this council where every elected member sits, and relocates them to the Cabinet, a body chaired by the leader, a body controlled entirely by the administration. And we know how questions at Cabinet work in practice. They are answered by officers, not by the Cabinet. So one has to ask, are Cabinet members so uncertain of their own briefs that they cannot answer a question from an elected councillor without an officer holding their hands? Because this is exactly what this amendment protects. It's not efficiency, It's not accountability. Cabinet members who are unwilling or unable to answer their own decisions. The leader on this passing remarked, and I heard it, "We don't like it, Upham." He is right. We do not like it. We do not like constitutional changes designed to shield cabinet members from direct questioning by elected councillors in this chamber. Neither, I suspect, do our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor. Councillor Slope.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to correct the record, and Councillor Harris was actually right. It had to happen one day. The total reserves was 95.46 million. The breakdown was the general balance 36 million, other reserves 36 million, ring fence stroke technical 22.7 million, and COVID
I don't think this
reserve.
is an answer for this question, Councillor Slope.
It is, Madam Chairman, and it relates. Had this been at Cabinet and James Smith by my side, he would have corrected me instantly rather than me just looking at my notes and finding out that I misspoke. So thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Silas Hayes, would you like to respond to the debate on the item that is on the agenda at the moment? Thank you.
I would absolutely love to. Thank you, Madam Chair. So it started out by me asking people to arrive and leaving their own party politics at the door. I was asked if we could have a 2-2-2-2 and a 1 setup for the group, which we as a group agreed with because we wanted it to be democratic with all of the discussions that took place. What seems to have happened here tonight is that everybody has raised their arms in total frustration at one of the outcomes of the democratic working group, the start and finish task group. Only one. And that one, I think, a good idea, can happen at any time. Now, it's absolutely possible with the democratic majority in that working group, in the Democracy and Standards Committee, to take the direction that the administration wishes to. That has happened tonight. But the good idea came after that meeting, sadly. And I'm exceptionally happy to accept the amendment. As we see tonight, another full agenda will likely diminish the value of Cabinet members' questions, even if we get there. The leader proposing a standing item on Cabinet meetings, of which there are 10 or 11 per year, offers, in my view, much more value and frequency to ask questions and receive answers. To members of the opposition and my own group, if you want to ask a question in the public domain, attend Cabinet and ask your questions. The one phrase which will stick with me for life, which I really enjoyed, from a certain member of the Democracy Services team, is that quite often the working group generated more heat than light. And that seems to have been the case here tonight. And what I would do is I would challenge everybody who really wants to ask a question to show up, trial it. You have more opportunity, more time. Let's see how dedicated
Your time
you
is
are.
up, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
We're now going to the vote again. So as before, we're going to take those who are against, first of all. Now we take those that are abstaining. Thank you. And now those in favour. So that is carried. Thank you. Item 12, now we're moving to annual reports for the Overview and Scrutiny Committees. A number of our councillors have had to leave as it's Monday. It's a very, very popular parish council night, Mondays, and several of them chair their parish councils. So a number of councillors are having to leave at this time. Thank you very much. I invite Councillor Ian McCord to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I firstly thank every member and every officer who has supported the committee's works over the past 12 months. Scrutiny only works because people are willing to turn up, ask hard questions and do the preparation behind them. And that has been true across all three committees this year. And let me take each report in turn, picking out just a few of the items scrutinised. Adult social care, health and communities, chaired by Bob Purser, spent much of the year on the CQC inspection of adult services, which found we required improvement and is now tracking the Council's improvement plan. Members also scrutinised the Community Safety Partnerships annual report, which showed a welcome reduction in reported crime, and looked closely at the developing relationship with our Integrated Care Board as health services move to neighbourhood-based models. Children, Education and Housing, chaired by Hayley Adkins, kept a close eye on support for children and young people with special educational needs, and were able to note that the backlog in educational health and care plan assessments has eased a bit. The committee also ran a task and finish panel on bringing our housing stock back in-house and helped shape the new youth offer strategy, working directly with young people themselves, which by all accounts was a highlight of the year. And finally, Place and Resources, which I have the privilege of chairing. We provided ongoing challenge on the delivery of this year's budget and the developing 26-27 budget, and at a time when adult and children's social care account for more than 60% of what this council spends. We also reviewed the waste collections and street cleansing service and are looking at how Section 106 and Community Infrastructure Levy money is being used, and considered the communication plan for the new local plan. And that is just a small sample from much of the larger work programme, and the full details are in all of the three reports. And I would stress to members how important scrutiny is. It's not there to score points. It's there to test what Cabinet is doing, ask the questions residents would ask if they were in the room, and make sure decisions stand up before they land on people's doorsteps. And this has been a year of change and control on this council, and two of the three committees have had new chairs. I'm the old retread who got retained, and whether that's continuity or just an oversight, I'll let you all decide. New chairs, new members, most of us finding our feet. That has meant a genuine amount of learning this year, and some of it the hard way. And I hope that over the next few months, as the new work programmes settle and the learning beds in, scrutiny gets sharper still. But I'll finish with a line from Max Collar, the local government troubleshooter, who's fixed many broken councils. And he said, when he made his report, you can't do nice things if you haven't done the boring really well. And these reports are not glamorous. Reading them will not set the world on fire. But a good council does the boring well. And that is exactly what scrutiny is for. And we need to keep doing that. I commend the reports to Council.
Thank you, Councillor McCord. Councillor Purser, you're seconding this report.
Thank you, Chair. And just to reinforce the comments made by Councillor McCord about the work of the committees, the service our officers give to the committees, and also members of the public who come and speak, as well as members who are working on the committees. I just want to bring 2 points to the focus, certainly from the Adults, Health and Communities Committee. One is that for community safety partnerships, which meet in private, the committee is where that work comes to the public view. So it's very important that that is a place where the work of that partnership is looked at and questioned. The second is similarly in relation to the health service. Again, it is the point where the Integrated Care Board and the health trusts meet the public. And that's part of our function, is to hold them to account for what they're doing on our behalf and to raise the kind of questions that need to be raised. And certainly within West Northamptonshire's health service, there are significant questions that need to be asked about the planning and delivery of our health service. And that is one of our roles. So I'm very happy to second this report, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any members who wish to comment on this item? Councillor Breeze.
Thank you, Chair. Part of my... Oh, I'm Ian McCord. That's very neat, isn't it? It's a quid pro quo. Madam Chairman, I'd like to refer members to page 232 of the Overview and Scrutiny Annual Report, which summarises the committee's work on the Local Plan Communications and Consultation Plan. The committee rightly focuses on how we communicate with residents about a plan that will shape West Northamptonshire for generations, but good consultation is only worthwhile if the plan itself is built on a solid foundation. Unfortunately, under the current administration, that foundation has been weakened. Following the recent Planning Inspectorate findings, the one in Brackley I think I'm referring to, West Northamptonshire no longer has a full 5-year housing land supply. We are down to around 4 years and 7 months. That is not a technical footnote. It weakens the council's position, exposes communities to greater pressure from speculative development, and undermines confidence in our planning system. The administration has pointed to external factors, but what concerned me most was the position presented at the recent Strategic Planning Committee, that the deliverable sites may well exist, but the council cannot currently produce the verified evidence needed to prove it. Madam Chairman, that is an extraordinary admission. Residents are effectively being told, trust us, the evidence is there somewhere, but we can't pull it out for really important inquiries. That may work in the game of hide and seek, but it does not work with the planning inspectors, and it certainly does not work with developer barristers. Evidence wins appeals. Evidence makes local plans sound. Evidence protects our communities. So my question to the Cabinet member, Councillor Manning, is simple. How have you allowed your portfolio to reach such a position that this council cannot demonstrate a robust and defensible housing supply? And will you accept responsibility for ensuring that this evidence gap is closed before the Regulation 19 local plan is submitted for examination? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Breeze. Councillor Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank the members and officers involved in supporting the work of our Overview and Scrutiny committees. Scrutiny plays a vital role in holding decision makers to account, improving policy, and ensuring that the voices of residents are heard. However, I do have concerns about the way that these annual reports are currently presented. The reports are detailed and comprehensive, but they're largely written as a record of activity rather than an assessment of impact. We are told how many meetings took place, which reports were considered, what topics were discussed, but it is often difficult to identify what difference scrutiny actually made. For elected members, the key questions are: what recommendations were made, what improvements follow, what challenges remain unresolved. Those answers are not always easy to find. For residents, the challenge is even greater. These reports are public document, yet they are not written in a way to be easily accessible for residents. A resident should not have to read dozens of pages of committee activity to understand what scrutiny has achieved on their behalf. And do we really need the photos of the chairs, however attractive the chairs may be in? If scrutiny is to demonstrate its values to councillors, partners and most importantly, the residents of West Northamptonshire, then the reports should focus less on what scrutiny did and more on what scrutiny changed. Our reporting must be concise, outcomes focused, transparent and accessible to all audiences, not just those already familiar with local government processes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have Councillor Arnold to speak. We're not going to take any more speakers on this item because I do have various messages to me to say that people are feeling rather hot and we need to go to another break. And the corridor out here is the coolest place to go if you need to cool down. So, Councillor Arnold, I'd ask you to be brief if possible, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a very short note to thank the chairs of scrutiny, Councillor McCord, Councillor Purser, Councillor Atkins for their work over just more than the past year. We've seen some interesting items through call-ins and processes. This party in local government here has adjusted to its place. So thank you to our officers as well for the oversight and support they have given in due process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCord, would you like to respond to this debate?
No.
No. Well done. So we now need to vote on this. So all those who are against? All those who are abstaining? And all of those who are approving? Thank you very much indeed. So we're now going for another 10-minute break. And aren't we grateful that we cancelled the last meeting because it was much hotter then? We'll get started, and I would ask you to keep your speeches to a suitable but minimal length so that we can all leave this building as soon as possible. Thank you very much. So we're now going on to item 13, motion 1, proposed by Councillor Andy Kilbride, reference to pavement parking. I'll invite Councillor Andrew Kilbride to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, councillors. The English Devolution and Community Empowerment Act 2026, which received royal assent on the 29th of April 2026, enables the Secretary of State to make regulations giving each local transport authority the power to impose a prohibition on the parking of motor vehicles, footways and verges. The Government has committed to bringing forward secondary legislation to enable civil enforcement officers to enforce against unnecessary obstruction of the pavement, with full rollout to be expected by the end of 2026, although no specific commencement date has yet been confirmed. Pavement parking is dangerous. It's obstructive and deeply unfair to pedestrians, particularly disabled people, blind, partially sighted people, wheelchair users, older people and parents with carers with pushchairs and prams. The absence of any consistent enforcement powers across England has far too long left vulnerable pedestrians without adequate protection, and the new legislative framework is long overdue. West Northamptonshire needs a plan. We must be ready to act promptly and effectively the moment the secondary legislation and associated guidance are in force. What I'm saying here about this motion is, we need that plan in place. All wards across our town, in our villages, is affected by bad parking. It's putting people at risk and vulnerable. You're forcing people to walk round cars that are not just on the curb, but they are fully on the pavement, and they're having to walk round into the road. This is dangerous. We need a plan. This affects all wards, like I said, and all councillors. So this should be really cross-party, and everyone should be getting on board with this. It's well backed by the National Association for the Blind People, many residents across Northampton. Looking at the amendments that's been proposed by the administration, to be fair, it's woeful. I am disappointed in this. It says to request that the relevant cabinet member to consider. Consider is not enough. You needed to say yes. We need to get there. We need to do a plan. That's all you need to do. You need to commit and make that plan happen. We've been waiting for, the report for Rushmere Road Junction, and that's 8 months late. Imagine having to wait.
Can you draw your comments to a close, Councillor?
I can indeed. It's too fluffy. And in that vein, disappointingly, I will withdraw this motion this evening and hope to bring it back at a later date. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Kilbride. We now move on to motion 2, which is proposed by Councillor Keeble. Councillor Arnold?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Point of order. The motion appears to ask full council to do indirectly what the Constitution does not permit it to do directly. That is to reopen an executive cabinet decision even after a call-in has been heard and failed. The PRS discharge policy was a cabinet executive decision. It was called into scrutiny. Scrutiny did not refer it back to cabinet. The constitutional process has concluded the decision is valid and legal. I therefore ask you rule this motion out of order.
Can I respond? Yes. Yeah, thank you. I did give consideration to the point that you're raising and actually do find that the motion is valid and remains in order.
Over to you then, Councillor Keeble.
Thank you very much. And it does actually touch on one of the most critical issues for which this council is responsible, which is for housing at a time of real housing shortages, and when hopefully also we will surely have a Prime Minister who will make housing one of his priorities, which I very much look forward to. The policy that I'm talking about, the discharging homeless duties into the private rented sector, seriously undermines the whole thrust of homelessness legislation, which was intended to provide settled, suitable and secure accommodation for households and also to create cohesive communities. There are some real problems with putting people into the private sector. One is security of tenure, which even with the Renters' Rights Act is still not secure. Affordability, with the gap between local housing allowance and markets rent, are equality issues. I did a visit recently to a family in private sector housing where the kitchen floor was spongy, shall we just say. The bathroom was falling apart and there was black mould all over the place and the landlord was bullying the tenants. The strongest objections, of course, to out-of-area placements because it removes people from the places where they have support. It also has an impact on the receiving councils, and I'm sure there are reform councils up north that will talk about the impact of receiving homeless families from elsewhere. You should perhaps ask your colleagues about that. And the worst of it is that we don't actually have to go down this road. I mean, the real cure to housing homeless people, the real cure to the housing crisis is building more housing, particularly affordable and social housing, and we urgently need a pipeline for that. But if you look through some of the West Northamptonshire's homelessness returns to central government, you're placing about a third of your temporary placements in your own housing stock. Previously, private sector leasing was used for that. And what it means then is you provide you put the most insecure tenants, as it were, into housing where you actually want to put permanent residents who will build up the community and build those sort of cohesive communities that we know we all want to see. I think what we also need to hear clarity about is how you will select people, who will go. There's nothing on that in the report. There's nothing on the regard you'll have, the ordering of priorities, work, education, disability, care, health needs, all the other things. And the information on the regulatory framework is inaccurate. So we need to know urgently, which is why clarity is needed. It's not just about reconsidering the report and the bureaucratic shuffling around. It's so that people have clarity the extent that this is going to be used. The report said that it was going to be the primary route for discharging homelessness duties. The portfolio holder said that wasn't the case. We need to know actually what is going to happen. We need to know about the issue of consent, about whether it will be, as it says in the report, that consent won't be needed before people are put into private sector housing and if they're moved out of the area, what the criteria will be, and also if West Northants people, and for anywhere in West Northants that is, if they're moved out of the area and it doesn't work out, and I see in the report that it only has to stay, the tenancy only has to be good for a year for them to be moved, will West Northants people have the right to return home and to apply for housing again in the area where they were often born, brought up, and where all their family and kinship and friendship groups are? Are they going to have that? We've agreed at this meeting to have to appoint a new person on what is 156 grand, who will hopefully come up with a plan for a pipeline for housing that will provide some further sort of housing and some security for people. But I would ask people opposite. It's really easy to sort of all put your hand up because you're whipped to vote that way. But this is about what happens to the families in the communities that you represent. What happens when they come to you for help with the housing problem? What happens to you when they've been offered a private sector property they really don't want to accept because they want social housing, they want to live close to their mums and dads? And what happens when that offer is up in Doncaster or Durham or somewhere else. What are you going to tell them? Are you going to tell them they have to do it? Because that's what this is about.
Thank you, Councillor Keeble. We now call upon Councillor Ashraf to second the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I reserve the right to speak in a few moments. Thank you.
Do we have any speakers on this item? Sorry. Councillor Hasty.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I would say I welcome the opportunity on this, but obviously we've been going round in circles on this, including 2 hours scrutiny. So I welcome the opportunity to respond to this motion. So let me say by saying that nobody in this chamber wants to see anyone homeless. Preventing and relieving homelessness is one of the most important responsibilities that this council has. And I believe that objective is shared by every member here today. I also want to place on record my thanks to our housing officers. They work every day with some of the most vulnerable residents in West Northamptonshire. They are people, and are committed to helping people find and sustain suitable accommodation. And it is unfair to suggest otherwise. The real question before us today is whether this motion is necessary, and I do not believe it is. Much has been made of comments I made during the call-in process. I make no apology for them. My role as portfolio holder is not to wave reports through without challenge. My role is to ask questions, seek clarification, and ensure that policies are robust, lawful, and deliver the best possible outcome for residents. This is not weakness. This is accountability, and that is good governance. In fact, the scrutiny process has worked exactly as intended. Questions were raised, officers provided responses, further clarification was sought, and refinements have been considered where appropriate. That is the governance process doing its job. The motion highlights concerns raised during scrutiny, but overlooks the outcome. Seeking clarification on issues such as private rented sector offers, suitability, consent, and out-of-area placements does not demonstrate that a policy is flawed. It demonstrates that it is being properly tested and strengthened. The suggestion that this policy allows people to be forced into accommodation without regard to their circumstances is simply not an accurate reflection of the legal position. The Council must assess suitability, affordability, individual need.
Can you come to a close, Councillor Hasty?
Applicants retain statutory rights of review and appeal. Likewise, this is not a financially driven policy. Its purpose is to provide a transparent and legal compliant framework for powers that already exist under homelessness legislation. I would go on, but...
Councillor Hasty, your time ran out a little while ago.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your tolerance. Thank you.
We now have Councillor Arnold. So just a reminder, it's 2 minutes for these items.
Thank you. I'm in the queue, I think. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Much has been said about the pressures and scrutiny, and I think it's important that we keep both in perspective here. Local government across the country is facing significant pressure. Housing demand rising, temporary accommodation costs are increasing, and councils must ensure our resources are used responsibly. A person who presents as homeless and in need of support is a statutory burden to this council. So we have to look at differently at how we reduce that burden and reduce that threat. If as a result of our policy, households are successfully moved into settled accommodation and require few expensive temporary accommodation interventions, surely that's a benefit. But it's a consequence of success, not the purpose of a policy. It's also prudent to address the calls that we've heard from opposition who didn't agree with scrutiny, made representations and comments, and to be quite frank, stormed out when it didn't go their way. Not every decision can go through that. Some of that can, some of it can't, and that's the purpose. And we hope, going forward, it's used more effectively. Scrutiny is an essential part of local democracy, but effective governance is not achieved by sending every report through every available committee. Governance must be proportionate. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We know that the Council has both a legal and a moral responsibility to ensure that its homeless policies are fair, transparent and robust. That is why concerns identified through scrutiny cannot simply be ignored. The portfolio holder acknowledged that the policy should never have been described, should never have described the private rented sector as Council's primary route for housing homeless households. He also accepted that the financial information underpinning the policy was inadequate and requires revision. Those are significant admissions acknowledging major gaps in the policy. When fundamental weaknesses are identified after a policy has been approved, Cabinet should be prepared to think again. Scrutiny also exposed uncertainty over whether applicants' consent is required before a private rented sector discharge when households may be placed outside West Northamptonshire, and what safeguards will protect vulnerable families. These are not minor operational details. They have real consequences for people's lives, particularly for families with children, those with disabilities, and people relying on local support networks. The motion is simply asks for a stronger policy informed by proper pre-decision scrutiny with clear placement criteria, robust safeguards, and sound financial evidence. Where legitimate concerns have been identified and accepted, the responsible course of action is to revisit the policy and get it right. For these reasons, the Liberal Democrat group is supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge. Now, Councillor Kelly. No? Sorry, I can't see you from here, so I'm relying on others to tell me. So, Councillor Ismail, is your microphone?
Yeah, it's on. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will urge the members across, as well as on the side, to support this motion. It's very important, and in fact, we have to be considerate when proposing to implement policies that will determine how people will live and where. As you all know, housing is more than just a roof over someone's head. It provides security, stability, and the foundation for people to rebuild their lives. As the motion rightly states, everyone deserves a place they can call home, and the Council has both a legal and moral responsibility to ensure our homelessness policies are fair, robust, and centered on residents' needs. Homelessness can have a devastating impact, affecting people's health, well-being, employment, and children's education. That is why it is so important we get these policies right. There were concerns raised at the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which should not be overlooked. And I acknowledge the Councillor Chesty has accepted to do some amendments, but the issues that will impact the homeless people will be more than understandable. So implementing a private rented sector discharge policy will not reduce homelessness in the long term. Instead, it risks moving homeless households from temporary accommodation into another form of insecure housing. And you all know the concerns about the housing standards that we face with the HMOs, including poor maintenance from the landlords and the weak enforcement from our council. So we don't want, there will be consequences, and the consequences will come back to the council.
Your time is up, Councillor Ismail.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Chauhan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I've been a councillor for the last 10 years, and I just wanted to just speak about a few concerns I've got in reference to this item. Now, I think Councillor Hastie was correct to say that we spent a long time in scrutiny discussing this item. And there were a lot of concerns that were brought forward. You know, we've been in administration previously as well. We've had to work with the opposition. And the opposition are a very strong check and balance that's in place to make sure that residents are protected. And a lot of the concerns that were brought up were valid concerns, as are the concerns in this motion. Now, Councillor Arnold, you said that we marched out. The reason why we marched out was because there were pre-prepared speeches. You don't pre-prepare speeches for scrutiny. It doesn't matter whether it's planning. You're there to make a cross-party consensus to discuss, you know, against cross-party to make sure that residents are protected. So I think it was right that the opposition walked out, because you guys have no idea what democracy is, and that's the absolute fact. You really don't. You've been, well, it's not insulting. It's actually quite true. You have no idea. That's why you sit there and you sit there. All you do is sit there snivelling at everyone from the opposite sides about the comments they're making. So you can, you know.
Can we move on now,
Thank you.
Councillor Chahan? Thank you. Can we have Councillor Harris next, please?
Yes, thank you. I will echo those comments. I think it's interesting that one of the Reform councillors who we noted making a pre-prepared speech is now, I gather, joined a Restore. Frying pan and fire springs to mind, but I wish him well. Good scrutiny. Please look up the Good Scrutiny Guide. And I'm sure there was lots of induction training that took place right at the beginning of this session. We will be supporting this motion, as has been mentioned earlier on. Good scrutiny, councillors. Remember this. Provide constructive critical friend challenge. Not political, critical friend challenge. That should be from administration councillors on scrutiny committees too, not just opposition. Amplify the voices and concerns of the public. There are plenty of concerns from the public regarding this particular policy. Be led by independent people who take responsibility for the role. The reason we left was we saw no independence. No independence. How can there be independence if people are pulling out stuff that they've written hours before the meeting took place? And fourthly, drive improvement in public services. That's all a call-in was designed to do. We didn't agree with your decision. It's perfectly valid under the Constitution for a call-in to be made. It's perfectly valid administration. You can do the same if you really wish to. You don't have to just nod and go along with all the decisions that get made. And on the evening, Councillor Arnold, it's really interesting that the first thing you did was step outside that meeting and said, this isn't good. I'll deal with it, were your words. So isn't it funny how it changes so rapidly? Now, which is it? Which is it? I'm making my point. I haven't finished. I believe I've got some time left. The point is, scrutiny is scrutiny. Please learn to understand what scrutiny is all about.
Councillor Arnold, you have a point of order?
I think we need to be extremely careful, Madam Chairman, with members making allegations without proof or evidence. And I might move a motion there that the member be not further heard this evening.
Yeah, democracy, excellent.
Can we have a seconder for Councillor Arnold's proposal? Councillor Hastie, thank you. We're going to the vote on this item now then, thank you.
It's the vote on a motion that notice that the member be no longer heard.
Say that to me again. Hang on a minute.
Do I get my right of reply,
To be
Chair?
clear, members, you are now voting on the motion for the member to be no longer heard. So we've got a mover. And
The member is leaving. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening, people.
So you agree you will be no longer heard?
Councillor Arnold, can I be clear? Are you withdrawing that motion? You want it to go to the vote. Can we have all those in favour, please? Let's count again. All those against? Abstentions? The vote's carried. Thank you.
Chair, please.
Councillor Owens,
Chair,
you are the next speaker.
Chair, may I make a comment? I was the person to whom Councillor Arnold spoke. So him to say that it's hearsay, I can
This is not
categorically
able to
say...
be spoken of at the moment. Sorry, Councillor Ware.
I am absolutely appalled that Councillor Arnold is denying the conversation that he had with me. I think it speaks
Councillor
volumes
Owens,
about his
it's
integrity.
your chance to speak. Councillor Ware, I'm sorry, we can't discuss this further now. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, let's bring this back to reality. You will notice I don't have a script in front of me. Councillor Jahan, we don't talk about, you know, democracy. We try and have democracy. See, and you're talking over me. That shows disrespect. And I think that really shows very poignant of the way you are with people by being disrespectful towards us. You said everyone on this side doesn't do democracy. Well, that's not right. I want to bring it back to the point. We're talking about homelessness. We're talking about...
Thank you very much, councillors. We're now going to the vote. All those in favour of this proposal?
I should have a right to reply.
All
even if
those
you go to the
against?
vote.
Thank you. The motion is lost. 3 on the agenda proposed by Councillor Aldridge reference disabled people. So I'll invite Councillor Aldridge to move the motion. What is your point of order?
My point of order, Madam Chairman, is this motion appears to ask full council to make operational and executive decisions which are not within the competence of council under the Constitution. And in particular, it seeks to create roles within service directorates, revisit and potentially amend council policy and require updates to corporate reporting without an officer report, cabinet recommendation, budgetary assessment or clear constitutional route. I ask you to rule that the resolving clauses are out of order and therefore that this motion is also out of order. Thank you, Chair.
We'll just ask patience for a moment while we take some advice on this.
Touché.
The advice is that we have discussed this already and the motion is in order, so we will proceed with it. So, Councillor Aldridge, if you would like to propose this motion, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to move motion 3 today, this motion. And disabled people represent one of the largest minority groups in our communities. Across West Northamptonshire, thousands of residents live with physical disabilities, sensory impairments, learning disabilities, neurodivergent conditions, and long-term health conditions. They contribute enormously to our communities, our workplaces, our voluntary organisations, and our local economy. Yet many still face barriers that limit their independence and opportunities. These barriers are not always visible. They can be found in inaccessible buildings, inadequate transport links, poorly designed consultation processes, inaccessible digital services, and policies that have been developed without sufficient understanding of the lived experience of disabled people. The reality is that disabled residents are often consulted after decisions have been made, rather than involved in shaping those decisions from the outset. A recent example of this is the initial decision to establish parking charges for disabled badge holders, and following consultation over a 3-month period to remove them. This motion seeks to change those kinds of scenarios. The proposal to support the re-establishment of a Disabled People's Forum would create a dedicated mechanism through which disabled residents can engage directly with the Council, challenge us when necessary, and help us develop better policies and services. It is about ensuring that lived experiences inform decision-making. The principle of disability champions is about strengthening in-house focus and internal challenge within the Council to ensure that accessibility and inclusion are considered across all portfolios, policies and services. This motion also recognises that disability is not a single issue confined to one service area. It affects all our service areas. That is why we need a stronger and more coordinated approach across the whole Council. As a Council, we have a responsibility not only to comply with the Equality Act, but to actively promote equality of opportunity. We should aspire to be a council that leads by example in creating an inclusive and accessible West Northamptonshire. Importantly, this motion is not asking for significant new expenditure. It is asking for better engagement, better listening, and better decision-making. When disabled people are involved in shaping services, we often avoid costly mistakes, improve outcomes, and create services that work better for everyone. The measure of an outstanding council, which I know that the leader of the council is trying to seek and achieve, is not how well it serves the majority who can navigate systems easily. The measure of an outstanding council is how well it serves those who face the greatest barriers. Many disabled residents have told us that they do not want sympathy. They want to be heard. They want barriers removed. They want opportunities to participate fully in society and in the decisions that affect their lives. This motion gives us an opportunity to demonstrate that we're listening. I hope members from all political groups will support this motion. Disability inclusion should never be a party political issue. It is about fairness, dignity, equality, and respect. I therefore formally move the motion and commend it to the Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge. Councillor Ware, you will second the motion?
I'm seconding this motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Ishmael, Councillor Lahr. We'll start with Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Just in response to this motion, which brings up some really solid points, I also want to highlight that people with disabilities, that the disabled community are not just the users of services, they are often the drivers of services, the providers of services, the drivers for our economy. They are staff who work in our own council offices. They are councillors in many occasions. So if we picture a situation where, suppose we needed the top officer to come and work for us in West Northampton, we didn't have disability access to our own buildings, to our own town, to our own organisations. If they were not able to engage, we would not get the top council officer required for this place if we had somebody disabled who was the top candidate for the job. We would lose out on them because we are not approaching equalities and we are not thinking through what access needs to look like, and we are not thinking in terms of equalities. So we hear quite a lot sometimes from this administration in terms of the value of a meritocracy, but we often miss the point that actually, if you can't make places accessible, if you can't make things inclusive, you can't get the best because you're blind to who the best might be, and you've got blinkers on about who those people might be and assumptions about who you might be affecting. So it is actually the case that you can't have a meritocracy without equalities.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Ishmael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to support this motion, and disabled residents face barriers every single day that many of us never have to think about. And on top of that, disabled people are significantly less likely to be in work, and when they are often paid less. They face financial pressures which are immense, higher energy bills, increased transport costs, expensive specialist treatments, and additional costs of care and everyday living all adds up. These are not optional expenses, they are essential costs that can limit independence and opportunities. But the financial barriers are only part of the picture. Disabled people face many other issues. Inaccessible public buildings, unreliable public transport, unsuitable housing, long waits for home adaptations, and difficulties accessing council services and information. These obstacles make everyday life harder and restrict people's ability to participate fully in their communities. So this motion is very important, and it is about we make sure that disabled people's voices are heard and that inclusion is built into everything this council does. This is not about giving everyone special treatment, it's about removing unnecessary barriers, creating equal opportunities, and ensuring that our services work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Last.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, let me begin by saying that nobody in this chamber disputes the challenges faced by many disabled residents. Disabled people can face additional costs, barriers to employment, and obstacles in everyday life. We should all support the efforts to remove unnecessary barriers and ensure that people are treated fairly and with dignity. However, I do not believe this motion demonstrates the need for additional policies, structures or bureaucracy beyond what West Northamptonshire Council already has in place. The Council already operates a substantial diversity, equality and inclusion framework. This includes a disability at work policy, equality and employment policy, disability support resources and a disability network, manager responsibilities under disability confident principles, workforce monitoring arrangements and wider equality programmes delivered through the People Strategy. The fundamental principle of this administration is simple. People should be judged on their character, their contribution and their ability, not their race, religion, sex, disability, background or any other characteristic. We support equality of opportunity. We support removing unnecessary barriers. We support fair treatment for everyone. But we do not believe that every challenge requires the creation of new champions, new governance structures, and new committees or new policies when significant arrangements already exist. The motion proposes the creation of disability champions with every directorate. Before creating additional roles, we should first ask what specific gaps exist in the current arrangements, if any, and whether any gap can be evidenced. The
Councillor
council
Last, your time is at an end.
Councillor already expects managers to support disabled employees and uphold disability confident principles. A review is not objectionable, but neither should we assume that current framework is inadequate simply because a motion
Can you
has been
finish now,
tabled.
Councillor Last?
Thank you, Madam
We'll
Chair.
now pass over to Councillor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Reform UK oppose this motion in the strongest possible terms. Once again, Liberal Democrats proving themselves the party of box-ticking bureaucracy, endless committees rather than a party of real-world solutions. Perfect example here, this motion is the merry-go-round that's been described by my party leader, our party leader, Nigel Farage, a machine that produces paperwork and not progress. Disabled residents need practical help, faster adaptations, accessible transport, timely assessments, properly funded care, and we know we have a care issue, we've heard earlier. What this motion seeks is another forum, more champions, more woke bureaucracy, more reports, more delay. The same DI merry-go-round we've constantly referred to. You know, I'm waiting now for Ed Davey to rewrite the hokey-cokey to the wokey-cokey because that's what's going on here. It absolutely needs to stop. So we will be rejecting this motion tonight, absolutely. And furthermore, over the coming year, we will seek to look at everything that we do to make sure our public sector equality duty is upheld. But that's it. Our focus is spending money wisely on the residents of West Northants, the things that they touch in their everyday lives, and not more bureaucracy. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Clive.
Here we go again. In a council battling to balance the books amid real financial stresses, the opposition wants us to divert finite officer time and public money into more EDI bureaucracy. They call for revisiting the EDI policy and updating the equalities report. I can do that for them now. WNC's existing policies and practices go beyond the requirements of the Equality Act 2010. The public sector equality duty requires the publication of core data and only that due regard be given to the elimination of discrimination, nothing more. Yet at the behest of the previous administration, this council has built an extensive bureaucratic apparatus, dedicated strategies, endless reporting, staff networks, mandatory training and equity targets woven into the fabric of the organisation. And this is classic public sector overreach, turning procedural legal compliance into ideological industry. The result being that group outcomes, identity monitoring and cultural re-education are prioritised over merit, fairness and efficient service delivery. It fosters division, wastes taxpayer money and risks indirect discrimination against those who do not subscribe to whichever worldview is in vogue. Reform UK rejects this approach. We say that government exists to serve individuals, not to engineer group representation or institutionalised grievance. We support strict compliance with the core non-discrimination provisions of the Equality Act. We support reasonable adjustments for disabled or impaired people, and we recognise that the Council already delivers this. The motion presented tonight must be rejected, but some of the resolutions do have merit. We do need a review of how expensive, divisive ideology, or EDI for short, has been implemented historically, but the outcome of such a review must be to strip out the unnecessary, return valuable time to officers, and cut costs for taxpayers. I encourage the administration to bring forward its own targeted review motion on this basis in due course. Thank you.
Councillor Holland-Delamere.
Theory and practice. Equalities impact assessment for the one-stop shop at One Angel Square. It was asked for endlessly. And when the new one-stop shop opened up, no one had considered the accesses to the front doors of the one-stop shop and whether it was wide enough for a Motability scooter. If you'd had a disability champion in place within the organisation, you wouldn't have necessarily had to have the report. You could have just asked someone to take a look without the report, just to look at this. So I understand about the theory, but it's also the practice. The problem is we're not doing some of what we say we're doing. And you can scrap it all you like. The problem is you'll end up costing you down the line because someone will take you to court because you haven't done the proper research about what is needed. That's why you need these forums, because sometimes even the officers don't see it. Lived experience is important. You've got staff who can help you. If you have them in a forum, you'll be able to talk to them about these ideas, these issues. Wake up. It's not just about ideology, it's about practicality and saves you money. Congratulations.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. The administration's vile and misguided proposal to charge blue badge holders is exactly why your current framework doesn't work. And as Councillor Holland-Delama has said, had we had a disability champion, that would have been squashed at the outside. Instead, there's a huge public outcry, quite understandably, and you back down. You need forums, you need lived experience, and it's utterly despicable you're not supporting this motion. I have to remind you that you're bound by the public sector equality duty, and it requires, the public sector equality duty requires actively consider how all your policies, budget decisions and services impact local communities in day-to-day decision making. Consists of a general duty, just to remind you, because I think a lot of you are totally indifferent to it, that mandates public bodies to have due regard to the need to eliminate unlawful discrimination, harassment and victimisation, and advance the equality of opportunity between those who share a protected characteristic and those who do not, and to foster good relations between different groups. Throwing out the entirely reasonable and positive idea of forum is doing the absolute opposite of fostering good relations. We're now all versed in reforms mantras and deep-rooted dogma. However, the law is the law, and you're sailing ever closer to the wind. And I call upon officers to do their duty, and members of the public, especially with those with protected characteristics, to keep a very close eye on ensuring your duties are fully observed. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Simpson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, it's very disappointing this has turned into a party political broadcast on behalf of the Reform Party. As my colleague who introduced the motion said, this should be something that should be non-party political. It's there to try and make our citizens' lives better. It's there to try and make sure that we are listening to people who have got disabilities. There are many hidden disabilities. I know there's people here with disabilities, but I was on the Borough Council for 16 years, and we had a very successful Disabled People's Forum, which fed in and helped us make the right decisions as councillors. And that's all this is asking for. And Councillor Arnold has the cheek to talk about a merry-go-round, where you were the guys that went out and decided you were going to charge blue badge holders for parking. Then it was pointed out that somebody in a wheelchair can't even get to a parking meter because the car parks have got steps in their places. So, you know, if you'd had a forum and had actually tested that, you might have found out that. And how much does all that cost, that merry-go-round, Councillor Arnold? So please, I would urge your better selves to support this motion. Let's show our citizens that we're trying to do something to improve their lives.
Councillor Furman.
Thank you, Chair. I can see irony is that what we're hearing concerns about inclusion and accessibility, yet criticisms of councillors using prepared notes risk excluding those of us who are deaf, dyslexic, or have other communication needs. That seems somewhat hypocritical. Inclusion means enabling participation, not dictating how people should present their contributions or themselves. Thank you.
Councillor Ware, did you reserve your right to speak on this item?
I did.
Would you like to speak now, please?
Yes, please. Thank you to Councillor Smith for making the point about meritocracy. I think it was well made. Thank you to Councillor Ishmael, pointing out that disabled people have got increased cost of living challenges and are taking a full part in their communities is well made too. a point recognised by Councillor Last. He then goes on to mention new processes, but what this motion is asking for is for a re-establishment of an existing forum. It's not a new forum, it already exists, it just hasn't met recently. Councillor Arnold, what the people in West Northants want is for their voices to be heard, even though they may sit in a minority. Councillor Clive appears to be satisfied with, it's good enough. I don't know that the residents will agree with it's good enough in any area. Councillor Holland-Delamere provides a practical example of where listening to our residents with lived experience would have made a difference. And Councillor Rosie Humphreys has clearly outlined in this Council's public sector equality duty responsibility, and I ask that councillors pay attention to this as they place their votes. The root of this motion is in several specific values, namely liberty, equality, human rights and community. And in addition, we do not forget the Equalities Act 2010. What this motion does is support those in our communities who have different lived experiences to many. We must do better to understand the myriad of lived experiences that people in our communities have and what this council can do to enable all to go about their business with ease and dignity. The council leader says his administration listens to residents. I do question this, given the council leader is very quick to silence voices of opposition, as he's just done. I ask that make sure that this administration listens to all our residents, whatever their lived experiences, in line with the public sector equality duty, and I ask that you support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Aldridge, do you want to sum up from the motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. I have to say I am surprised and bewildered by some of the comments and the reactions that I have heard from the Reform group. It's a straightforward motion. It is about re-establishing and making work something that's already in place. It's about strengthening processes for there to be involvement, engagement and scrutiny as we develop policies and procedures so that they are appropriate and meet the needs of disabled people. It's a moral issue, it is an ethical issue. I'm not going to go down the legal framework. Councillor Humphreys has identified that really well. But I cannot understand how anyone who is sitting in the chairs opposite can not be supporting something that is intended to make the lives of disabled people better and develop policies, procedures that enables the Council not only to fulfil its responsibilities, but to strive towards excellence in terms of what is delivered for the whole community, and in particular the disabled community. So I am really disappointed by what I've heard from the other side. I know that the voting process is going to be based on political sort of parties today. That's what's happened all evening today, but I'm hugely disappointed, and I know that communities and residents will also be incredibly disappointed at the way that there has been a response to something
Can you
that
finish
is in
now, Councillor Aldridge?
that is in the best interest of people with disabilities in West Northamptonshire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now take this motion to the vote. So,
sorry, could I ask for a recorded vote, please?
I think that's quite a challenge for this evening, but we're just looking to see if that's possible tonight. So. We've looked up the guidance, and to have a recorded vote in this situation, we need 10 members to stand up now and say they will support that. Yeah, thank you very much. You could sit down again now. The system will be, as those of us who've been here a long time will know, that Paul will call out the names and you say whether you vote for, abstain or against. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll read out the names in alphabetical order. You have to forgive me because I'm not sure who is still here or not, so if someone's absent, please do shout. So if you just signal for, against or abstain. Hayley Adkins.
Abstain.
Was that abstain? Sorry, I didn't hear that. Yeah, okay. Fazana Aldridge. For, Mark Arnold. Against.
Can you use your microphones?
Against, Madam Chairman.
I will repeat the votes just so it's clear on the webcast. Rafia Ashraf is absent. Nigel Beryl, absent. Phil Bignell, absent. Joanne Blythe.
For.
Rebecca Breeze.
For.
Glenn Butcher. Against. Richard Butler.
Against.
Muna Kali. Absent. Adrian Cartwright.
Against.
Pinder Chauhan.
For.
Stephen Clark.
For.
Vincent Clive.
Against.
Fiona Cole.
For.
Laura Coos.
Against.
Ivan Dabbs.
Against.
Julie Davenport is absent. Mark Deeks.
Against.
John East.
Against.
Alison Eastwood. This is absent. Cameron Emery.
For.
Ron Furman.
Abstaining.
Rupert Frost. David Gaskell.
Against.
Susan Gaskell.
Against.
Kamala Gilieva.
Against.
Enham Hack. Okay. Jonathan Harris. No, you can vote. You're just no longer heard. Yeah, you can't stop him from voting. So I will take a vote from Councillor Harris as he's still present. Thank you. Charlie Hasty.
Against.
Silas Hayes.
Against.
Rosie Herring. Stephen Hibbert. That's 4. Keith Holland Delamere. Trevor Hughes.
Against.
Rosie Humphreys.
For.
Nicholas Humphreys.
Against.
Cecile Irving Swift is absent. Fatun Ismail.
For.
Jeff Johnson is absent. Sally Keeble.
For.
Andrew Kilbride. Deborah King.
Abstain.
Andrew Last.
Against.
Daniel Lister is absent. Adrian Little is absent. Charles Manners.
Abstain.
Thomas Manning. Peter Matten. Absent. Ian McCord.
Abstain.
Alex McMurtry.
Against.
Craig Morris.
Against.
Charles Morton. Anthony Owens.
Against.
Scott Packer.
Against.
James Petter. Absent. Caroline Phillips.
Against.
Richard Pipes.
Against.
Bob Purser.
For.
Daniel Rainbird.
Against.
Jasmine Rainbird. Catherine Shaw. Absent. Andrew Simpson.
For.
John Slope.
Against.
David Smith. Zoe Smith.
For.
Nigel Stansfield. Michael Stratton.
Against.
David Tarburn.
For.
Stuart Tolley.
For.
Christine Ware.
For.
Laura Weston.
Against.
Peter York.
Against.
Anthony Locke. And Fiona Baker. Okay, just add those up. Okay, members, the motion is lost. 30 votes against, 21 for and 5 abstentions. Thank you.
We now move on to motion 4, proposed by I don't know that, sorry, got an issue. I've got a confusion here. Apologises. I invite Councillor Mark Arnold to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Very happy to move motion 4 this evening with the following statement. Let me start with a simple point tonight, that planning is not a technical exercise. It's not just a process. It's fundamentally about people, communities, and shaping the places that we care about. That's precisely why this motion matters, because what we're now seeing from government through the Planning and Infrastructure Act is that regulations that follow is a deliberate shift in power, a shift away from elected members, us sitting here this evening. A shift away and towards a system with more and more decisions taken behind closed doors by unelected officers. Let's be honest what that means in practice. For years, councillors of all parties, all colours and politics call in applications and had the ability to do so. To say this is about what matters for my residents. This is about having proper scrutiny as long as they're planning related matters. Not every application, not frivolously, but where there's legitimate public concern. Those routes are now being narrowed, heavily restricted by so-called gateway tests and subject to officer agreement. And there are members in this chamber who are far more vocal around planning issues than others. In plain English, the ability, or your ability as elected councillors of all parties and colours, is to stand up for your residents on planning decisions, and that's been quietly removed. Once it's gone, I'm pretty certain it'll be gone. Some of you would say it's about efficiency. Some would say it's about speeding things up, delivering growth. I can't see that. I don't see it clearly. And there's nothing efficient about cutting democracy out of decision-making. There's nothing sustainable about development of communities that feel have been imposed upon them. That's why this motion is not really party political at all. It's about the role of every single member in this chamber tonight. Because whether you sit on this side or that side, you've been here 5 minutes or 5 years, you're elected to represent your residents for the same common cause. And yet what we see these reforms doing is reducing councillors to exactly that, bystanders watching a process unfold rather than shaping the outcomes. Madam Chairman, I do not accept that, and this council should not accept it either. This motion does not pretend that we can overturn incoming national legislation tonight. We cannot, but what we can do and what we must do is use every lever available to us. That means being absolutely clear that we oppose the erosion of local democratic oversight. It means making it clear to our residents and to government that West Northants Council will not quietly sit by and accept councillors being sidelined. And crucially, it means taking practical steps. Ensuring that ward members are properly briefed early, not after the fact. Ensuring transparency around delegated decisions so nothing is hidden behind process. Making full use of remaining avenues to bring applications to committee where justified, and strengthening the support and training that allows members to do their job robustly and effectively. Because the space for member involvement is being narrowed, then we must make absolutely sure we use every inch of that space that's left. This motion calls for clarity for a report that sets out plainly what powers are being reduced and how we mitigate that loss. And more importantly, it recognises that our residents need to understand what is changing around them, because when people feel decisions are being taken away from them, trust gets eroded, and rebuilding that trust is far harder than protecting the place in the first place. So we have a duty to be open, to explain and to support them through it. Finally, Madam Chairman, this motion sends a message beyond this chamber. It sends a message to ministers that local democracy matters, that councillors matter, and that communities expect to have their voices heard, not filtered, not diluted, and certainly not removed altogether. If government is serious about delivering growth that actually works, then it should be strengthening the role of representatives, not weakening it. Madam Chairman, this is about standing up for the role we were elected to do, defending local accountability, defending transparency, and it's about making sure that in West Northamptonshire, decisions about our place are not made without the people elected to represent them. I commend this motion to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Arnold. Councillor Manning, you wish to second this motion?
Councillor Manning is no longer here.
Okay.
I am very happy to second this motion, Madam Chair, and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McCord to move to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The week before last, our planning committee sat twice and delivered a masterclass in why they are important. Tuesday, our professional officers recommended Firtho pit warehouses for approval. The committee overturned that to a refusal. 2 days later, our professional officers recommended Overstone Hall restoration for refusal. The committee overturned that to an approval. Tuesday, our professional officers were destroying wildlife sites. Thursday, they were fully paid up members of the Brown Rice and Sandals Brigade in wanting to protect it. Whatever argument fit the answer they'd already landed on, that's the one they reached for. Consistency was only provided by members, and the committee being pragmatic in both cases. Under this new regime, those checks and balances are gone, because none of it ever reaches a committee to argue about. The gap between member thinking and professional thinking was exposed by these two decisions. Now, I know the committee irks officers. In their world, we're meant to nod, sign and disappear. A rubber stamp with a rosette. And when persuasion isn't cutting it, they have other ways to pull the committee back into line whenever they're minded to not defend an appeal. Their advice isn't advice at all. It's advocacy preloaded to torpedo any appeal before it leaves the harbour.
Councillor McCall, could you move your microphone a little nearer to your mouth?
Oh, you're
Thank
struggling
you.
to hear me. Fair enough. The reports are not impartial, and the new planning protocol we've just agreed is a step forward, but only a step, and these new regulations, I fear, will embolden them to disregard our local protocols. And these reforms give a veto to officers, as even the Schedule 2 items can go to committee only if the committee chairman and the officer agrees. If not, then it sits as an officer decision, an officer veto. Our rights as members to bring something to committee is removed. Our role as a human shield, taking the flak for officer incompetence, very much maintained. Town hall, tin pot dictators making decisions out of the way, out of view, away from scrutiny, anonymously and insulated from all criticism by councillors. That isn't scrutiny, that's a system built to dodge it. Anti-democratic barely covers it. So my amendment seeks to try to have an informal member review, IMR, working in a manner similar to call-in, but since it's informal, we can write our own rules within reason. I want the Democracy and Standards Committee to establish an IMR system, operational the day the call-in dies, and it may need to be sooner, as existing call-ins will also be cancelled. I've set out a framework of what I think it needs, but if members have better ideas, feed them in. I see no reasons, for instance, why parish councils should not be allowed to attend and address the IMR and local affected residents. I trust we can get behind this and at least get one member voice back in the room. Whether anyone actually listens once we're there is sadly a fight for another day. But I ask for this council support, not as a courtesy, but as an attempt to provide some of the checks and balances back in our system that our committee displayed admirably only the week before last. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor McCord. Councillor Blythe, do you wish to second this motion?
I will second this motion.
So we're back to you, Councillor Arnold. Do you accept this amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The administration is very happy to accept the amendment. Thank you to Councillor McCord for bringing it forward.
Chair, can we have advice from the monitoring officer as to the appropriateness of some of the arrangements, in particular about people who aren't elected to the council at all and have no accountability and won't have had any of the training done, going into private meetings with officers which are not held in public, which are not transparent, and having negotiations around planning matters? Will, for example, developers be allowed into those meetings?
Madam Chairman, I think what I was attempting to do is ask democracy and standards to sort these issues.
Just a minute, Councillor McCord. I think, Councillor Keeble, that sounds like a matter for you to discuss outside of this meeting with the monitoring officer at a later date.
No, Chair. It is crucial. It is crucial that members have full information before they vote. Can you just stop, Councillor? They need to know what they're voting on.
So the proposal as coming forward is actually, or the amendment as has come forward, is that actually it will go back to Democracy and Standards Committee, and it's that committee that will actually define exactly how this will work in operation and the practicalities around this. I did have a discussion with Councillor McCord around this point and the necessity for actually to ensure that it is lawful, legal and does avoid any challenge, etc. coming forward. So we need to ensure that it operates in a clear and transparent way and that is in accordance with the law. So that will all be dealt with when it gets returned back to Democracy and Standards Committee.
Councillor Hayes, is it a point of order you have? Because we're not open for discussions at this moment.
It's not a point of order, it's just a point of view from the Chair of Democracy and Standards.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're now moving on to Amendment 2 on this particular motion. And we're going to Councillor Christine Ware to move the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. The principle of motion 4 is something that we would support. However, worded as it is at present, then we cannot. Anything that detracts from the concept of localism should, in our view, be called out. Making reference to unelected officials, which we presume means planning officers, and by implication suggesting that they are not the right people to make planning decisions, when in fact that is their actual job, is not acceptable. The job of planning officers when making decisions is to use and refer to planning policies and legislation in order to effectively and efficiently deal with planning applications, just as housing officers or revenue officers making decisions within their own remit would. I sincerely hope the intention of this administration is to support our hard-working professional officers rather than imply that it's only elected members who are able to make appropriate decisions. We urge the administration to focus their energy and attention on planning policy as we walk towards the new local plan. At the end of the day, it's national policy and our own local policies and plans that inform planning decisions. Clearly, there are decisions which will be finely balanced, and we do need a mechanism that will allow elected members to continue to contribute. To this point, the amendment proposed by Councillor McCord is something that we all also broadly support. However, until we've seen the specific detail of the changes planned by government, then this suggestion may be a little premature. We don't have the specific stats for delegated decisions at West North Hants. However, we do know that nationally, 96% of planning decisions are delegated to officers. Therefore, it's fair to say that the new protocols may affect around 4% of all planning applications. Nonetheless, we're extremely dissatisfied that members will lose the right to call in an application for a review by committee. The motion as stands suggests that the ward councillors represent those who voted for them. This is absolutely incorrect. We are elected to represent all residents without fear or favour, regardless of however they may have voted. Language is important, and the use of correct terminology is imperative to ensure council's intentions is clear. Use of imprecise terminology, no matter what might be said colloquially, is not helpful. Hence the need, in our view, for our amendment. Our amendment is structured to ensure that the motion resolutions result in specific actions that are measurable and the role of members in planning matters are supported. I therefore ask that you support this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Rosie Humphreys to second this motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to support and second this amendment. And Councillor Ware has eloquently explained how the rewording would improve it. Changing the language to be more objective makes the motion more precise and takes the heat out of the questionable undermining of planning officers. Is this hostility from the administration or just plain ignorance, perhaps a combination? Of course, officers are unelected. They're employees of the council carrying out a demanding task of processing and deciding on the steady stream of planning applications submitted. While I expect all members have had their frustrations with the planning process, I have 2 long-standing planning applications going back to 2021 and 2023. That's no excuse to denigrate the whole service and not even consult them, referring to motion 1, on the reckless amendment which would put the entire local plan process in total jeopardy. All our place shaping and the new plan thrown out the window, and we're back to square one, and low-hanging fruit for developers and construction companies. It's a pity that Councillor Manning's left earlier, so I wanted to hear his response to this. So perhaps Councillor Hastie in his stead could give me his thoughts on that. This new legislation is misguided. As our amendment states, 96% of applications are already decided by lead delegation. Delays are not due to committees. They're the result of inadequate staffing, delays in applicants submitting required material, and committee agenda overload. Removing the call-in would deal a severe blow to localism and local democracy and cannot be supported. Thank you.
Councillor Arnold, do you accept this amendment?
Madam Chairman, my apologies for not having any pre-prepared notes to read from to this specific amendment. No, in short, I mean, we've just talked about localism as a change for democracy. I think in the plain English terms, democracy is what people on the streets of West Northamptonshire recognise, and it must not be diminished. In terms of those elected to wards to represent them, my members sit on this side of the room representing their wards day in, day out. There's some on the other side of the room now in different colours were not elected in the parties that they sit in at this time. So I think we should be very careful in what language we use, and certainly more careful. In short, no, we will reject the amendment, and I'm looking at it here, it's marked up, there is more read in changes than there was in the substantive item. It's absolutely no.
Thank you. Councillor Ware, would you like to respond?
I'm not sure I'll waste anybody's time because clearly nobody's listening.
Thank you very much. We're now going to a vote on this.
Point of order, Madam Chair. May we have a recorded vote, please?
We're voting on the amendment because I would like to speak on the main motion.
This is a vote on the amendment at the moment. So all those...
I need 10 members to stand if we want a recorded vote.
We need 10 members to stand.
Can we have 10 members standing to say we want a recorded vote? Obviously, you're very happy in this sauna of a Guildhall this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, members. So this is a recorded vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Christine Ware. I'll run through the list in alphabetical order. Please indicate for, against or abstain. Councillor... Sorry. Councillor Hayley Adkins.
Against.
Councillor Fazana Aldridge.
For.
Councillor Mark Arnold. Councillor Rufia Ashraf is absent. Councillor Nigel Beryl is absent. Councillor Phil Bignell, absent. Councillor Joanne Blythe.
For.
Councillor Rebecca Breeze.
Abstain.
Councillor Glenn Butcher. Councillor Richard Butler.
Against.
Councillor Muna Kali is absent. Councillor Adrian Cartwright.
Against.
Councillor Pinder Chahan.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Stephen Clark. Abstain. Councillor Vincent Clive.
Against.
Councillor Fiona Cole.
Abstain.
Councillor Laura Coos.
Against.
Councillor Ivan Dabbs.
Against.
Councillor Julie Davenport is absent. Councillor Mark Deeks.
Against.
Councillor John East.
Against.
Councillor Alison Eastwood. Councillor Cameron Emery.
Abstain.
Councillor Ron Furman.
Against.
Councillor Rupert Frost. Councillor Dave Gaskell.
Against.
Councillor Sue Gaskell.
Against.
Councillor Kamala Glieva. Councillor Gaskell, could you turn your mic off, please? Thank you. Councillor Glieva.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Enham Hack. Absent. Councillor Jonathan Harris. For. Councillor Charlie Hasty.
Against.
Councillor Silas Hayes.
Against.
Councillor Rosie Herring. Absent. Councillor Stephen Hibbert. Abstain. Councillor Keith Holland Delamere. Abstain. Councillor Trevor Hughes.
Against.
Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
For.
Councillor Nick Humphreys.
Against.
Councillor Cecile Irving Swift is absent. Councillor Fatun Ismail.
Abstain.
Councillor Jeff Johnson is absent. Councillor Sally Keeble.
Abstain.
Councillor Andy Kilbride. Councillor Deborah King.
Against.
Councillor Andrew Last.
Against.
Councillor Dan Lister, absent. Councillor Adrian Little, absent. Councillor Charles Manners.
Abstain.
Councillor Tom Manning, absent. Councillor Peter Matton, absent. Councillor Ian McCord.
Abstain.
Councillor Alex McMurtry.
Against.
Councillor Craig Morris.
Against.
Councillor Charles Morton. Absent. Councillor Anthony Owens.
Against.
Councillor Scott Packer.
Against.
Councillor James Petter is absent. Councillor Caroline Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Richard Pipes.
Against.
Councillor Bob Purser.
Abstain.
Councillor Daniel Rainbird.
Against.
Councillor Jasmine Rainbird. Absent. Councillor Catherine Shaw. Absent. Councillor Andrew Simpson.
For.
For. Councillor John Slope.
Against.
Against. Councillor David Smith. Absent. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor Nigel Stansfield.
Against.
Against. Councillor Michael Stratton.
Against.
Councillor David Tarburn.
For.
Councillor Stuart Tolley.
For.
Councillor Christine Ware.
For.
Councillor Laura Weston.
Against.
Councillor Peter York.
Against.
Councillor Anthony Locke. And Councillor Fiona Baker. Okay. I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 votes in favour, so that's lost. Thank you.
We're now moving on to Amendment 3 on this particular item, when we'll ask Councillor Zoe Smith to move the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And as anyone who has ever known me in my time as a councillor will know, my attendance at call-ins has been consistent over the last, well over 10 years. I passionately believe in democracy. I really passionately believe in seeing the right things happen for the residents that I represent. And I have been there for 10 years. And what I've seen over 10 years is a constant, never-ending cycle for my residents of going to planning committee, of me going to planning committee, of Councillor Purser going to planning committee, speaking for our residents, representing the experiences they have, explaining what's going on for them, and over and over and over again, experiencing the frustration that we feel, that they feel, when time and time and time again the outcome goes against the experiences and what they've asked us for and what we've explained, what we know to be their experience, what they know to be their experience. And that is because without really robust, really well built in, really carefully thought through local planning and a responsibility taken by the administration for that, it is not possible to strengthen, to deliver and to sustain the decisions that were made. And I've seen fewer and fewer and fewer successful responses from calling in, from speaking to my residents. And every time that yet another planning application that we've gone to planning committee is voted down and ignored by the planning committee, often for reasons that they strongly feel they're just not prepared to vote in favour of, knowing what is likely to happen at appeal, knowing the implications. Our residents have not come back to us and said that they feel heard. Our residents have said, thank you so much for speaking on our behalf, but we haven't been heard, we haven't been listened to. What can we do to actually make a change, to actually see the things we've desperately been trying to say upheld and understood by the council?
Can you finish, please?
Apologies,
Mr. Smith,
how long should I have? Should it be 2 minutes as a proposer of the amendment? Because the timer started at 2 minutes. Thank you. So, just so that I'd appreciate it if the remaining time I've got could be shown, so I'm able to adjust my speech accordingly. So, what our residents have asked us for, time and time again, is really robust and strengthened local plans. The most effective change that I've seen happen for our residents, particularly in the area that really impacts Abington and Phipsville and Castle wards, where nearly 50% of the HMO properties in the town have come from, is when in 2015 the then Northampton Borough Council held an independent review into HMOs where all councillors of all parties went forward and made our case and explained what our residents were experiencing, and a decision was made at that point to reduce the HMO density from 15% in a 50-metre radius to 10%. And it's what I think of as the invisible effect, because we're still not able to say how many properties would have become HMOs under the new regulations that then didn't. What our residents are seeing at planning committee every time is that they have to go along, they have to give us their speech, they have to put themselves on the spot, they have to put themselves out there and speak about what they're experiencing, only to have the same result over and over again. And that, for me, does not represent democracy. Like much of what we've seen tonight doesn't actually represent democracy. What we're arguing for in our amendment is a really meaningful strengthening of the role that the residents can have in having their voices heard throughout the planning process, in negotiating and explaining, having an opportunity to put their experiences directly to developers, directly to people. The same for people who are outside of the same for people in any of our areas who are making a case, and a challenge to the administration to really think through the kind of housing and property that is put in place, to look at what that is done with development, to think ahead, to say where should housing be, where is it most effective, what do we want to see happen, what negotiations, what involvement can the local public have in that democratic role.
I think you have had the 5 minutes now.
Sorry, I
Councillor
think
Smith.
it's still 4, but to say that role that they can have and to really have an opportunity to be heard throughout the process, not just 5 minutes on an evening where people want to get away to watch the football and they're really feeling frustrated that they've put all that effort in for 5 minutes and not feeling heard. So here's an opportunity to really show people what democracy looks like and to deliver the kind of change that our residents will actually feel and cannot leave feeling so frustrated and unlistened to.
Councillor Bob Purser, do you wish to second this motion?
Yes, Chair, I'm very happy to second this motion because I do feel that the administration's proposal needs amendment because it doesn't recognise that the present planning system is broken, that we're not producing enough social and affordable housing at the moment, and that should be recognised in the motion. Secondly, it's about, are we strengthening our own policy so that we get it right first time? Our current policy is weak and is not being strengthened. We have to do much more to strengthen our own planning policy so that it protects our local communities. The housing and multiple occupation policy, as you'll no doubt know from Councillor Smith and myself, is woefully inadequate at the moment. The third point is that this motion misunderstands the role of planning in local authorities. There is an inherent conflict between the needs of developers and the needs of our communities. It is within the planning system that that conflict is worked out. And finally, just to make the point, we have to deliver more homes, especially social homes, because currently the current housing market does just not produce houses that meet our identified housing assessment. So this is why we've put forward this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. It's 9:15.
I must now draw the Council's attention to Rule 10 of the Council Procedure Rules, as it is actually 9:20, and it is my view that we will not be able to deal with the outstanding matters of business by 9:30, so we will go straight to the votes.
So it will first be a vote on the amendment.
So first of all, we're going for a vote on the amendment. No recorded votes at this time now. Those in favour of the amendment? Those abstaining? Those against? Thank you very much. We're now going back to the substantive motion. So back to you, is it?
No, so it's just straight thing again. Those in favour?
So we're now going straight to the vote for the substantive motion, if you can remember what that is now after such a long time has passed.
Chair.
All those in favour
Chair.
of the substantive...
Chair. Can I make a point on this?
Quickly.
As a former planning minister, I have particular objections to this because of the implications for maladministration by the council. And I would ask that even if you don't take a recorded vote, I want my name very firmly recorded against this. I've done it.
Going to the vote.
We're going to the vote now. All those in favour of the substantive vote? All those against? All those abstaining? Is that it? Do I have to say anything else now?
Chair, on a
That
point of
vote
order.
is carried. And
On a point of order.
And that concludes the meeting. Thank you very
Chair,
much.
on a point of order, I raised with you earlier a point of order.
I have